Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, my college dorm has rules for the closet after 3 a.m. is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. At 3:07 a.m., my closet handle turned by itself. Not all the way. Not movie style. Not rattling like somebody was trapped in there with a knife in their teeth. Just a slow quarter turn, the kind a brass knob makes when an old latch is tired, and the wood around it has swollen from years of steam heat. The little lock tab dipped. The metal gave one quiet click. Then it stopped. I was awake because I had a chemistry quiz at 9 and a talent for making my own life worse. My name is Mara Ellis. I was 19 then, female, from Providence, Rhode Island. And I had been at Temple University in Philadelphia for exactly 12 days. Long enough to know where the good vending machine was in Johnson Hall. Not long enough to stop feeling like I was visiting someone else's future. My desk lamp was the only light on. It had a cracked plastic shade that made everything yellow and cheap looking. The cinder block wall, the twin XL bed, the pile of laundry I had sworn I would fold, the little shrine of things my mom mailed me because she thought homesickness could be solved with granola bars and emergency packets. The closet sat across from my bed, 2 paneled doors painted institutional beige. Someone before me had stuck glow in the dark stars above it, and only 3 still held a charge. They hovered over the frame like weak green mold. I stared at the handle. Nothing happened. The old radiator under the window hissed. Somewhere below, a drunk guy laughed too loud and then coughed until he sounded like he was going to turn himself inside out. From the hallway came the soft rubber squeak of shower shoes, a toilet flushing, a door closing with that careful dorm room pressure people use when they're trying not to wake anybody, but still absolutely wake everybody. I told myself the building was old. Johnson Hall was the kind of place upperclassmen described with affection only after they no longer had to live there. Built in the late 60s, renovated in the way landlords use that word when they mean new paint over old problems. It sat on North Broad Street with its brick face turned toward traffic, SEPTA buses sighing at the curb, sirens dragging through the night like somebody pulling metal chairs across concrete. The whole building breathed at odd hours. Pipes knocked, floors popped, doors clicked when the pressure changed. So a closet handle moving a little, explainable. Still, I reached for the hockey stick under my bed. I didn't play hockey. My older brother did badly, and he had given me the stick before move-in because he said, for intramurals in front of our parents, and then quieter while we were unloading boxes, for anyone who thinks freshman girls are easy targets. I had laughed at him then. I wasn't laughing now. The closet door did not move again. The knob stayed tilted slightly off-center, like it had been interrupted. I sat there in my sleep shorts and oversized brown university sweatshirt, one bare foot on the cold tile, the other tucked under me, holding a hockey stick across my lap, while my laptop screen dimmed over a half-finished set of flashcards. The room smelled like pencil shavings, microwave popcorn, and the faint burnt dust of the radiator kicking on. Then my roommate's voice came from the top bunk. "Mara." I flinched so hard the hockey stick hit my knee. Tessa Marlowe, 19, female, from Leeds, England, was my assigned roommate, and as far as I could tell, had been born without the ability to be embarrassed. She slept in a silk eye mask, owned 3 pairs of boots she called practical despite them having heels, and could make friends with a stapler. She had climbed into the top bunk at midnight after announcing she was just resting her eyes before finishing her anthropology reading, and had been dead to the world ever since. Now, she pushed the eye mask onto her forehead and squinted down at me through the dark. "Why are you holding that like you're about to storm a castle?" The closet handle moved. She blinked once. Moved how? Like someone turned it. Tessa propped herself on one elbow. Her hair had escaped its braid and stuck out around her head in blonde frizz. Is someone in there? That is not a calming question. Well, is there? No, I don't know. We both looked at the closet. The door was closed. The old brass handle caught the desk lamp's light in a dull crescent. Tessa listened for a moment, her face changing from groggy to amused to not quite amused. That was one thing I already liked about her. He didn't pretend away other people's fear just because it inconvenienced her. She made jokes, yes, but she watched carefully afterward. Could be air pressure, she said, or the latch. My grand's house did that. Doors would pop open when the heat came on. That handle turned. Did you see it turn? Yes, you saw it, or you heard it and looked. I hated that there was a difference. I saw the last part, I said. Tessa sat up fully, her forehead nearly touching the ceiling. Right. Then we check. No. We check, because otherwise you'll stare at it until sunrise and then fail chemistry. And I'll have to tell people my roommate was taken out by a cupboard. Closet. Same haunted little room. It's not haunted, obviously. It's American student housing. Much worse. She started climbing down the bunk ladder. The metal rungs clicked under her feet. I wanted to tell her to stop, not because I believed anything impossible was in the closet, but because I had spent my whole life being the kind of person who imagined the worst and then froze in front of it. That was the thing about me I didn't say out loud at orientation icebreakers. Everyone else said they were afraid of heights or spiders or their student loans. I said I hated public speaking because it was acceptable and mildly funny. The real answer was closed doors, not metaphorical ones, actual ones. Closets, basements, laundry rooms with no windows, bathroom stalls with broken locks. When I was 8, my cousin shut me inside a linen closet during Thanksgiving hide and seek and forgot about me for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is not a tragedy. I know that. But I still remembered the smell of towels and bleach, the dark pressing against my eyelids, my hands scraping painted wood until I peeled a nail back. I remembered adults opening the door and laughing too loudly because they needed it to be nothing. Since then, I liked knowing what was behind doors. The closet in our dorm was the one place I had not fully unpacked. The floor was crowded with plastic bins, my rain boots, Tessa's empty suitcases, and one cardboard box neither of us had claimed because it had already been there on move-in day, shoved behind the hanging bar like a forgotten animal. We had joked that it belonged to the ghost of poor planning. Then classes started, and we forgot about it. Tessa reached the floor and tugged at the hem of her sleep shirt. "Give me the stick." "No, you're holding it wrong." "I'm holding it emotionally." "That's not a grip." A soft knock landed on our door. Both of us turned. 3 knocks followed, quick and low. Not loud enough for Ra, not confident enough for someone drunk. "Mara," a guy whispered from the hall. "You awake?" Tessa mouthed. "Who?" I knew the voice and felt stupidly relieved. I set the hockey stick against the bed and crossed the room. The hallway light spilled in when I opened the door on the chain. Ethan Crowley, 20, male, from Scranton, Pennsylvania, stood outside in gray sweatpants, a temple hoodie, and socks with one heel slipping off. He lived 2 doors down and had become my accidental study partner after we both got lost looking for the same recitation building. He was calm in a way I envied, not fearless exactly, just slow to panic. He held a cracked phone in one hand and a laundry bag in the other. Behind him, the hallway stretched in a long yellow tunnel, carpet worn flat down the center. Someone had taped a flyer near the elevators. "Floor meeting Friday, mandatory means mandatory." Beside it was another sheet I had noticed earlier and ignored. A typed list, black font, no school logo, quiet HOURS, and closet safety reminders. I had thought it was a prank. Now my eyes stuck to the last line visible from our door. "Do not open your closet after 3:00 a.m. for any reason." Ethan noticed where I was looking. "So you saw it too," he whispered. Tessa leaned around me, eyebrows up. "Saw what?" Ethan lifted his phone. "That rules thing. It wasn't there before midnight." I slid the chain off and opened the door wider. Cold hallway air moved over my bare legs. "What do you mean? It wasn't there?" I went downstairs at 12:30 to get my laundry. The flyer wasn't up. Came back at 1, maybe 1:15, and it was there. I figured someone on the floor was doing a bit. He rubbed his thumb over the cracked corner of his phone. Then my closet door opened. Tessa stopped smiling. "Opened?" I asked. "Like 2 inches. Ethan looked past me into our room. I had my window cracked. Could be pressure. But then I saw the paper, and I don't know, man. I thought maybe I should ask if anybody else." From inside our room came a tiny sound. Not the radiator, not the hallway. A soft drag, wood against tile. Tessa turned first. I followed. The closet door had opened about an inch, just enough to show a black line between the doors. The room seemed to narrow around it. My desk lamp hummed. Ethan's phone buzzed in his hand and lit up his chin from below. Tessa said, very quietly, "Mara." I stepped backward until my shoulder hit the doorframe. "I didn't touch it." "No one said you did." Ethan stared at the closet, then at the hallway flyer. "Okay, that's weird. It should have been funny, the 3 of us standing there like underpaid actors in a student film." Nothing had jumped out. No hand had reached through the gap. The closet had opened 1 inch in a 100-year-old country full of bad hinges and overworked maintenance departments. But the timing bothered me. 3:07. The rule, the handle, the door. Tessa walked to my desk and picked up the hockey stick. "Don't," I said. "I'm not opening it." Her voice was still light, but thinner now, stretched over something tense. "I'm just making sure it doesn't open more." She crossed the room and wedged the blade of the stick through the closet handles. It fit awkwardly, the tape on the blade squeaking against brass. The door stopped at that inch-wide gap. "There," she said, "engineering." Ethan stepped into the room and closed our door halfway behind him. He still had the laundry bag over one shoulder, the detergent bottle inside giving off a fake lavender smell that mixed badly with the hot radiator dust. "You should text the RA," he said. Our RA was Nina Alvarez, 21, female, from Queens, New York, a junior public health major who had introduced herself on move-in day with a clipboard, a tired smile, and the energy of someone who had already handled 3 crying parents and 1 illegal toaster oven. She was strict about candles, generous with Band-Aids, and somehow always awake. Her room was by the elevator under a whiteboard that said, "Text me before you panic." So I texted her, me, "Hey, sorry, are the closet safety reminder signs real?" The 3 dots appeared almost immediately, then stopped, then appeared again. "Nina, where are you?" I looked at Tessa. She looked at me, our room. 614. "Nina, is your closet open?" Ethan whispered. "What the hell?" I typed with my thumb slipping on the screen, me. A little the reply came fast. "Nina, do not open it more. Keep distance from it. I'm coming up." For a moment, nobody spoke. Outside, the city kept moving. Tires hissed on wet pavement even though it had stopped raining hours earlier. A siren rose somewhere south of campus, faded, then caught again between buildings. Inside our room, the closet stayed still, the hockey stick holding the handles together at a crooked angle. Tessa was the first to break. "Well," she said, "that's not air pressure." Ethan let out a breath through his nose, almost a laugh, but not quite. "Maybe it's a maintenance thing, like mold or asbestos, some dorm urban legend." "Asbestos doesn't text back," I said. My phone buzzed again. "Nina, are all 3 of you okay?" I froze before answering. Not because the question was hard, but because it made the situation real in a way the closet hadn't. People asked if you were okay when they already suspected the answer might be no. Me, yes, Nina didn't reply. Tessa crouched near the gap, not close enough to touch it, just angling her head. "Can you see anything?" "Please don't put your face near the possibly cursed closet," Ethan said. "It's not cursed. You said American student housing was worse." "It is." I grabbed Tessa's sleeve and pulled her back. She let me, which scared me more than if she had made another joke. The gap was just black. Not unusual black. Not supernatural black. Just a closet with no light inside, packed with coats and plastic bins, and one forgotten cardboard box. Then something inside shifted. A small thud, low, like a shoebox settling. Tessa's hand closed around my wrist. Ethan raised his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam struck the closet doors, bright white on beige paint, but it didn't get far into the gap. The hockey stick blocked part of it. Dust floated in the light. I saw the edge of my raincoat hanging still, the toe of one boot, a sliver of cardboard, and something pale tucked behind it. Maybe paper, maybe fabric, maybe nothing. Ethan swallowed. "Did either of you put a box in there?" "No," Tessa said. "No," I said, That box was there when we moved in, right? Yeah. Did you ever look inside? I almost lied. No, Tessa turned to me. You told me you did. I said we should. You said it was probably old decorations. That was a guess. Ethan stepped back. You've had some random box in your closet for almost 2 weeks. It was behind stuff, I said, too defensive. Move in was chaos. He nodded, but his eyes stayed on the gap. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a call, Nina. I answered and put it on speaker because my hands were damp and I didn't trust myself to hold the phone. Her voice came through low and controlled. Mara, I'm on the stairs. Listen to me carefully. Is the door blocked? With a hockey stick, Tessa said. A pause. Good enough. Do not remove it. Ethan leaned closer. Nina, what is this? Another pause. Then she said, it's probably nothing dangerous if you stay away from it. That sentence has a hole in the middle, Tessa said. Nina ignored that. Did anyone knock from inside? My stomach tightened. No, I said. Did anyone speak? No. Did you hear scratching? I looked at the closet. Had become too full of ordinary sounds. The radiator tick, the laptop fan, Ethan's breathing. The cheap plastic wall clock over Tessa's desk making a small blunt click every second. No, I said. Nina exhaled. Okay, keep everyone in the room. Don't let anyone from the hall come in. I'm almost there. The call ended. Ethan stared at the phone. That's a script. What? I said. She has questions ready. That's a script. Tessa walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Hall's empty. I wanted to sit down, but I didn't want my face lower than the closet handles. My heart was not hammering. That's too neat a word for it. It was misfiring, skipping, catching hard, like something with loose wiring. Tessa glanced back at me. Her expression softened. You okay? I nodded too quickly. She came over and lowered her voice. You don't have to be brave in front of us. That almost did me in, not the closet, not the rules that. I hate doors, I said. Ethan, to his credit, did not make a joke. Tessa only nodded, like I had told her I hated cilantro. Then we keep this one shut, she said. A knock hit our room door. All three of us jumped. Mara, Nina called from the hallway. It's me. Tessa opened it, leaving the chain on first, then sliding it free when she saw Nina's face. Nina came in wearing flannel pajama pants, a university staff sweatshirt, and sneakers with the laces untied. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and she carried a key ring, a mag light, and a roll of blue painter's tape. Behind her stood Cal Brooks, 22, male, from Burlington, Vermont, the night desk assistant, tall and narrow-shouldered, with a security radio clipped to his waistband, and the pale, irritated look of someone who had been dragged away from an essay. Nina shut the door behind them. Her eyes went straight to the closet, then to the hockey stick, then to us. Nobody touched it, she asked. No, I said. Cal muttered, Jesus, Nina. Not helpful, she snapped. That told me 2 things. 1, Cal knew something. 2, Nina was scared enough to be angry. She crossed to the closet, but stopped about 3 feet away. She crouched, aimed the mag light at the floor, and examined the gap without putting any part of herself in front of it. Has it moved since you blocked it? No, Tessa said. Nina nodded. Okay. What is going on? Ethan asked. And don't say it's nothing, because you asked about scratching like you were reading from a manual. Nina stood. She looked older than 21 in that moment, not adult exactly, but forced into a shape that didn't fit. "There was an incident last year," she said. Cal looked at her. "Nina, they're already in it," she said. "In what?" I asked. Nina rubbed her forehead with the heel of her hand. "Not ghosts. Not anything like that. Don't let your brains run there. Building issue and a people issue. And housing did a terrible job explaining it because they didn't want parents pulling deposits." Tessa folded her arms. "What kind of people issue?" Before Nina could answer, the closet door pressed outward. The hockey stick flexed. Not much, just enough for the taped blade to creak against the handles. Ethan said, "Back up." We did, all of us. The closet stopped. The blade held. From inside came one small sound. Tap. A pause. Tap, tap. Not scratching. Knocking. Nina's face changed completely. Cal reached for his radio. Nobody spoke. The knocking came again, lower this time, close to the floor. Tap, 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 3 careful taps like someone using one knuckle. My mouth went dry. Nina whispered, "No one answer." Tessa looked from Nina to the closet. "Answer what?" Then a voice came from inside, muffled by wood, young, strained. "Please," it said, one word, human, close. Ethan took a step forward before Cal caught his shoulder. "Mara," the voice said. "Aim." My stupid, ordinary name pushed through the dark gap of a closet that should have held boots and coats and an old box. Tessa grabbed my hand so hard our rings clicked together. Nina stared at me. "Do you know that voice?" I couldn't answer, because I didn't. And because some part of me, the worst part, the part that still remembered being 8 years old behind a shut door while adults laughed in the kitchen, had already started moving toward the closet. Not far. One step, then another. The hockey stick held across the handles. Behind us, Cal's radio crackled with static. Nina said, "Mara, stop." Inside the closet, the voice whispered again, "Please, before he comes back." The room went very still, not silent. Never silent, radiator ticking, radio hissing, traffic wet outside the window. But still in the way people get when every choice looks wrong. Open the door and risk whatever had made Nina print those rules. Keep it shut and leave a person begging in the dark. My hand hovered inches from the hockey stick. Tessa said my name. Ethan said, "We need campus police." Nina said, "We need to keep it closed." And from inside the closet, something shifted against the door with the soft, exhausted weight of a body. That was where the night truly began. 5 of us in a freshman dorm room at Temple, staring at a closet we had been told not to open after 3, while someone on the other side used my name like they had known me for years. Nina did not let me touch the hockey stick. She moved faster than I expected, stepping between me and the closet with her maglite held sideways like a baton. Not raised to hit me, just there, a line. "Mara," she said, and the way she said my name snapped me back into my own body. Hands where I can see them, I stared at her. "Are you serious?" "Yes." The voice in the closet breathed once, wet and close to the gap. "Please," it said. "I can't. Stop talking," Nina said to the closet. That was worse than if she had screamed. She said it like she was speaking to a person, like whoever was inside had rules too. Tessa still had my left hand. Her grip was tight enough to hurt, but I didn't pull away. Ethan stood near the desk with his phone flashlight pointed at the floor, not the closet. because when he had aimed it into the crack earlier, it made the whole thing feel too much like an invitation. Cal had his radio unclipped now, one thumb hovering over the side button. Closet door pressed again. The hockey stick bent slightly and then settled back, the tape on the blade making a dry peeling sound against the brass knobs. Campus police, Ethan said. Now, already calling, Cal muttered, and backed toward the door with the radio near his mouth. Unit from Johnson Hall, 6th floor. Possible occupant trapped in room 614 closet. Raw on scene. Requesting. Nina spun toward him. Don't say trapped. Cal lowered the radio halfway. What do you want me to say? Say unauthorized access. Say possible intruder. Do not say trapped. Why? Because then dispatch sends facilities first. He stared at her. From inside the closet came another sound. Not a word this time. A cough, short, choked off, followed by a thump low against the door. My knees went soft. That's a person, I said. Nina, that is a person. I know. Then why are we standing here? Because people can be dangerous. It landed in the room like a dropped mug. The old radiator ticked 3 times. Outside, somebody in the hallway laughed at something far away, the sound turning thin as they passed the elevators. Ordinary life kept grazing the edge of our door, unaware that inside room 614 5 people were arguing with a closet. Cal tried again on the radio, changing his wording. His voice was clipped now, official in a way that did not suit his pajama pants. Campus desk to security. Johnson Hall, 6th floor. Possible unauthorized access through student room closet. Raw requesting immediate response. No injuries confirmed. Static answered him. Then a voice, flattened by the speaker, repeat location, Johnson Hall, 6th floor, room 614. Another crackle. Units responding from main desk. ETA 8 to 10. Keep occupants clear. Do not engage. 8 to 10 minutes. It sounded small until I pictured a person counting those minutes in a dark closet, maybe hurt, maybe trying not to make noise because someone else was nearby. The voice inside said, "He has keys." Nobody moved. Nina's face went tight. "Who has keys?" No answer. Ethan whispered, "Nina." She shook her head once, not at him exactly. At the situation. At whatever version of the night she had been trained for, and whatever version had arrived instead. Tessa let go of me and crossed to her desk, keeping her eyes on the closet as she grabbed her phone. "I'm recording." "No," Nina said. "Yes." "Tessa, don't post anything. I'm not 12. Tessa's voice sharpened. "I'm documenting the human being begging from our cupboard." "Closet," I said automatically. She gave me a look. It was almost normal, almost. Nina lowered her voice. "If this becomes a floor panic, doors open. People come out. Whoever is involved gets cover in the crowd." That shut Tessa up. Cal pressed his ear to the door of our room, listening to the hall. "We need to move them out." "No," Nina said. "You can't keep them in a room with an intruder situation. You want to open the door and announce it. I want to follow procedure. There is no procedure for someone inside a 6th floor closet." "Apparently there are flyers," Ethan said. Nina looked at him, and for 1 second I thought she might tell us everything. Her mouth opened, closed. She swallowed. "Last spring," she said, 2 students reported noises from closets after quiet hours. Facilities said it was old ductwork. One student opened hers and found a guy hiding behind the water chase. The what? I asked. The vertical service space behind some closets, Nina said. Pipes, wiring, old maintenance access. It was supposed to be sealed in the renovation. In some rooms, it is. I looked at the closet. The gap seemed narrower now, or maybe I wanted it to be. There's a space behind there, Ethan asked. In some rooms, big enough for a person. Nina did not answer right away. Tessa whispered, bloody hell. Cal dragged one hand over his face. Nina, that was sealed. Housing says a lot of things. The voice inside gave a small, strangled laugh that turned into coughing. Not sealed. My skin prickled along my arms. Nina stepped closer to the closet, still staying out of arm's reach. Who are you? A pause. Leela. Last name, nothing. Nina's eyes flicked to me, then to Cal. She was testing for hesitation, for a lie, for anything. Leela, are you injured? She asked. Yes. How? No answer. Leela. He cut my hand. Tessa made a small sound behind her teeth. I saw it then, because my brain had been refusing to. The danger was not the closet. Not really. It was the hidden space behind it. The fact that a person could move through the building where walls were supposed to be solid. The fact that the warning on the flyer had not been a joke, not a ghost story, but a rule made by students because the adults responsible had left a hole where safety should have been. Ethan raised his phone. I'm calling 911. Campus police are coming, Cal said. Campus police can call city police too. Don't tie up dispatch with what? Ethan snapped. A person saying she's been cut, Nina said. Call. Cal looked at her. She didn't look back. Ethan stepped into the corner by my bed and dialed. I heard the little tones. Then his voice changed, calmer than his face. Hi, I'm at Temple University, Johnson Hall, 2029 North Broad Street, room 614. There may be a person trapped or hiding in a dorm closet access space. She says someone cut her hand. Campus security has been contacted, but we need police and medical. The operator said something I couldn't hear. Yes, we're staying back. The door is blocked. No, we don't know if the suspect is still here. Suspect. That word hardened the edges of the room. The closet shifted again. The hockey stick slid a 1/4 inch lower between the handles. I moved without thinking, grabbing the desk chair and shoving it under the knobs. The chair legs squealed over the tile. Mara, back up, Nina said. I am helping. You're getting close. I'm not opening it. I jammed the chair tighter, wedging its back under the hockey stick. Hands were shaking so badly the wood clacked against the metal frame. The voice inside whispered, "Thank you." I stepped back like the words had touched me. Tessa started talking, not to us, but to her phone camera, quiet and precise. It is approximately 3:16 a.m. We are in Johnson Hall, room 614. Closet door is blocked. A female voice inside identified herself as Leela and said she was injured. Nina's eyes flashed. Tessa. For evidence, Tessa said. Not TikTok. The room lights flickered. Once, then again. The desk lamp clicked off. For half a second, the only light came from Ethan's phone and the thin yellow seam under the hall door. The radiator hissed louder in the dark, and somewhere behind the closet wall, something knocked deep inside the building. Then the overhead fluorescents snapped on. ugly and bright. All of us blinked. Cal's radio crackled. Johnson desk to Raw on 6. Be advised, we have multiple reports of power fluctuations. Facilities has been notified. Cal grabbed it. Do not send facilities to 6. The radio hissed. Repeat. Nina took the radio from him. This is Raw Alvarez. Keep maintenance out of the 6th floor until security arrives. We may have an active intruder using the service chase. A long pause followed, then copy, security en route. Tessa looked at Nina. How many closets connect to this space? Nina shook her head. I don't know. You don't know. I'm in Raw, not an architect. But you knew enough to print rules. I printed rules because housing told us not to alarm residents, and then did nothing when doors kept opening. Doors, plural, Ethan said, still on the phone with 911, covering the receiver with one hand. Nina pressed her lips together. That was answer enough. The voice inside was quiet now. Too quiet. Leela, I called. Nina put a hand out. Don't. Leela, are you still with us? A soft scrape. Yes. Keep talking, I said. Mara, Nina warned. If she passes out, we need to know. Nina looked like she wanted to argue and could not find a good enough reason. I crouched near my bed, not closer to the closet, just lower, so my voice would carry under the door without me stepping into reach. My fear was still there. It had not become courage. That only happens in clean stories. In real life, fear sits in your throat and makes you bargain with it. I would not open the door. I would not touch the knob. I would not look into the dark gap. But I could talk. Leela, I said, how old are you? A pause. 19. Are you a student? Yes. What school? No answer. Ethan repeated into his phone. She says 19, possible student. Conscious but injured. Tessa lowered her phone slightly. Ask what room she's from. I did. The closet gave us only breathing. Then, I don't know. You don't know your room, Cal asked. Nina shot him a look. I mean, I was visiting, Leela said. Visiting who? Nina asked. The answer came so softly I almost missed it. Drew. Cal's head snapped up. Nina saw it. So did I, you know Drew? I asked him. Cal hesitated half a second too long. Drew Parsons, he said. 21, male, from Delaware. Lives on 5. He's been written up twice for tailgating into the building with non-residents and messing with access doors. Facilities banned him from the basement mechanical rooms after he stole a master janitor key. Stole, Tessa said. Borrowed, Cal said bitterly. That's what he told student conduct. Nina's jaw worked. He still has keys. He wasn't supposed to. Inside the closet, Leela whispered. He made copies. The room seemed to tilt, just a little. Ethan said to 911, possible suspect named Drew Parsons, male student, lives 1 floor below, may have copied keys. The operator must have said something, because Ethan listened, then looked at us. They're sending Philadelphia police and EMS to the campus entrance. Campus security needs to bring them up. Time slowed down after that, but not in a dramatic way. In the miserable, practical way emergencies do when help is allegedly coming, and you still have to decide what to do with the next 60 seconds. Nina made us move the bedsheet off the floor so nobody tripped. Tessa shoved our laundry basket against the closet chair to add weight. Cal stood by the door, eye to the peephole, radio in hand. Ethan stayed on the phone, relaying information. I sat on the edge of the bottom bunk, 3 feet from the closet, and kept talking to Leela. "Are you bleeding a lot?" I rapped it. "With what?" "My shirt." "Good. That's good." It wasn't good. I had taken one first aid course in high school and remembered almost nothing except don't remove objects from wounds and apply pressure. I pictured her in the narrow dark behind the closet, one hand clamped around the other, knees tucked because there wasn't enough space, air hot with dust and old plaster. "Can you put pressure on it?" I asked. "I am. Are you dizzy?" "Yes," Nina mouthed, "keep her awake." So I kept talking. I asked where she was from. "New Jersey," she said. "Montclair." Her voice faded in and out, sometimes close to the gap, sometimes farther back, like she was shifting her weight against the wall behind the closet. I asked what she studied. "Film." Tessa, still recording, said, "Of course it's film. You lot always have dramatic timing." A weak sound came from the closet, almost a laugh. For 1 second, the room breathed. Then the door to our room handle moved. Cal reacted first. He slapped his palm flat over the knob from the inside and pressed his shoulder against the door. Everyone froze. The handle dipped again. Slow, testing. Not a knock, not a mistake. Someone outside was trying to open it. Cal mouthed, "Do not speak." The hall on the other side sounded empty except for the fluorescent buzz and a faint elevator ding far down the corridor. The room smelled suddenly like hot dust and lavender detergent, and the sharp plastic scent of fear sweat. The handle released. A soft scrape followed near the lock. Metal on metal. Tessa's eyes went wide. Ethan whispered into the phone, "Someone is at our door." Nina moved silently to the wall beside Cal. She held up her key ring, then stopped herself, realizing keys were not comfort anymore. The scrape came again. Cal whispered, "Barely air. They're using a card." I looked at the closet. The voice inside made a tiny sound. "He's here." The hallway door had a deadbolt, but dorm doors were old and loose, and the strike plate had been giving us trouble since move-in. I remembered Tessa complaining that you had to pull hard to latch it. I remembered not putting in the maintenance request because the portal was annoying, and classes had started, and everyone was busy. That small laziness now stood between us and whoever was outside. Nina raised her radio and whispered into it, "Security. Suspect may be on 6 outside room 614. We need immediate response." Static. The card scraped again. The door shifted in its frame. Cal planted both feet. His face had gone pale, but he stayed there. "Doorstop," he whispered. Tessa grabbed one from under her desk, a cheap gray rubber which she used because the room got stuffy. She slid it across the floor. I crawled to get it because I was closest, and for one ridiculous second I thought, this is what gets people killed in movies, reaching for the thing. But this was not a movie. It was tile under my knees, a splinter from the cheap bed frame catching my sweatshirt cuff. Ethan saying, "No, stay back," into the phone and to me at the same time. The card outside scraping harder now. I shoved the wedge under the door with both hands. Cal pushed down with his socked foot. The door stopped moving. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then someone outside knocked. 2 gentle taps, a pause, then 3 more. The same careful rhythm from the closet. Tap, tap, tap. Tessa whispered, "No." The voice through the door was male, low, almost friendly. "Nina, it's Drew. I heard there was a problem." Cal closed his eyes. Nina lifted one finger to her lips, though none of us had spoken. Drew knocked again. "Mara," he said, hearing my name from outside, while Leela breathed behind the closet door, did something awful to my sense of space. It made the room feel less like a room and more like a trap with two mouths. Tessa's recording hand trembled. Ethan's phone was still at his ear, but his other hand had closed around the desk lamp like he might swing it. Cal kept his shoulder to the door, jaw clenched. Nina leaned close enough to whisper in my ear, "Do not answer him." The closet shifted behind us. Leela whispered, "He can get in through the wall." Every head turned. "What do you mean?" I asked before Nina could stop me. "He doesn't need the door," Leela said. "The chase connects rooms. He just wanted you looking that way." A sound came from the closet, not from the front, from behind it. A deeper sound inside the wall. Metal creaked. A panel maybe. A latch. Something old being opened in a space none of us could see. Cal heard it too. "Where does that chase come out?" Nina looked at the closet, then the ceiling vent, then the wall we shared with the room next door. "I don't know," she said. Drew's voice came through the hallway door, soft as if he were smiling. "You should really open up before somebody gets hurt." Inside the closet, Leela started crying without making much noise. Just broken little breaths she kept trying to swallow. The overhead lights flickered again. This time they stayed dim. Ethan said into the phone, "Tell them to hurry." Nina grabbed the maglite, pointed it at the closet wall, and looked at each of us in turn. "We have to move." "Move where?" Tessa asked. "Out, past him." "No, through the adjoining bathroom." "There is no adjoining bathroom," I said. Nina stepped to my dresser and shoved it aside with a scrape that made everyone flinch. Behind it, near the floor, was a square metal panel painted the same beige as the wall. I had thought it was some kind of old vent cover. Maybe cable access. Maybe nothing. Nina dug a key from her ring with shaking fingers. Cal stared. "You have a key for that. Roz got them after last year. And you didn't mention this. I was told I'd lose the job if I did." The wall behind the closet creaked again. Closer. Drew knocked once more on the hallway door. The little access panel had 3 screws and a lock. The key went in, but Nina's hand slipped. Once. Twice. "Mara," she said, "hold the light." I took the maglite. Its metal body was warm from her hand and heavier than I expected. I aimed it at the panel while Nina turned the key. The lock clicked. Behind us, the hockey stick jumped in the closet handles. The chair scraped backward half an inch. Leela screamed, not loud, not long, just one torn sound. Something hit the inside of the closet door hard enough to knock the laundry basket sideways. The hockey stick held, barely. Nina ripped the panel open. Cold air breathed out from the dark square in the wall. It smelled like dust, wet concrete, and old wires. Not a way out, a way in. And we had just opened it. The square panel behind my dresser opened onto darkness the size of a laundry hamper. For 1 second, none of us moved. The cold draft coming through, it felt wrong against my shins. Not supernatural wrong, not impossible, just wrong in the way a locked door is wrong when you find out it was never really locked. It carried the smell of wet concrete, old copper pipes, mouse droppings, and dust that had been heated and cooled for decades. Nina kept her hand on the panel's edge. "Light," she said. I aimed the maglite into the opening. The beam found a narrow maintenance cavity between walls, maybe 2 feet deep, not a hallway, not even a crawl space in the generous sense. It was a vertical shaft boxed in with studs and old insulation, with pipes running down one side and a horizontal ledge of unfinished wood that disappeared to the right behind our closet. The bottom dropped lower than floor level into a black slot where cables bundled like roots. Tessa leaned over my shoulder and whispered, "That's not an exit." "No," Nina said, "it's access." Behind us, Drew knocked again on the hallway door. Tap, tap, tap. Cal was still braced against it with his shoulder and one foot crushing the doorstop into place. Sweat had darkened the collar of his t-shirt. "Nina, whatever plan you have, make it quick." "I don't have a plan," she said. "I have a bad option." Ethan repeated the new information into his phone, voice steady but strained. "There's a service panel inside the room. We've opened it. It may connect to the closet chase. We believe someone is moving in the walls." The 911 operator said something. Ethan looked at Nina. "They're asking if we can leave through the room door." Drew's voice came through the wood, soft and patient. "Campus police are going to be confused when they get here, and you've got an injured girl hidden in your closet, Nina." Nina shut her eyes for half a second. I understood then why she was angry. Not because she liked control, because control was the only thing she had, and Drew knew exactly where to press until it cracked. "Tell them no," Nina said. "Tell them he's outside the door." Ethan did. Inside the closet, Leela made a small sound like she was trying to crawl and failing. "Leela," I called, "stay with us. I'm trying." Her voice came from lower now, almost floor level. I could map the room in my head because fear had made everything sharp. Door to the hallway behind Cal on the south wall. Window on the east wall, looking down 6 floors to Broad Street and the orange glow of traffic lights. Our beds against the north wall, Tessa's desk under the window, my desk near the closet. Closet on the west wall beside the dresser. Hidden panel behind the dresser, just left of the closet, opening into the wall space that seemed to run behind both. No easy exits. No clean choices. Nina pointed at the open panel. "First attempt. We see if Leela is reachable from here without opening the closet." "Reachable how?" Tessa asked. "We look. We don't crawl in. We don't grab anything. We find her position and tell responders exactly where she is," Cal said. "And if Drew comes through that, then we shut it." I wanted to say no. I wanted to close the panel, pile furniture against it, sit in the middle of the room, and wait for men with radios and proper shoes. But then Leela coughed again, and the cough ended with a wet little gasp. I lifted the maglite. "I'll look." "No," Tessa and Ethan said at the same time. Nina said, "I should." "You're bigger than me," I said. "The opening's small. You don't have to prove anything." "I'm not." That was only half true. Some ugly part of me was trying to prove I could put my face near the dark and not become 8 years old again. It was not bravery. It was resentment. Tessa caught my wrist. "Mara, I'll stay outside the panel," I said. "I'll just look right." Nina hesitated, then handed me her phone. Camera on, flash on. Hold it inside before your head goes anywhere near it. That was smarter, safer. I crouched, knees aching against cold tile, and slid Nina's phone through the square opening with the camera facing right. The live image shook on the screen. Studs, pipes, dust. A strip of old yellow insulation peeled back like dirty cotton. I moved the phone slowly toward the closet wall. The screen caught something pale, a hand. I jerked back so fast I banged my elbow on the dresser. Jesus, Ethan said. It's her, I said, though I didn't know that yet. I forced the phone back in. The pale shape resolved into fingers curled over a wooden crosspiece. Blood had dried black-red between two knuckles. A strip of fabric was wrapped around the palm, soaked through. Leela, I said, I can see your hand. Her fingers twitched. Tessa made a soft, devastated noise. Can you move toward my voice? Nina asked. No, Leela said. My ankle stuck. Stuck where? Pipe. Bracket. I slipped. Nina crouched beside me, taking in the image. Behind the closet, maybe 4 feet to the right of the panel. Cal looked over from the door. Can she reach the panel? No, I said. There's a stud between us. Nina touched the wall, following the invisible line. If we remove the closet barricade and open the left door just enough. No, Cal said. The hallway door handle dipped again. He shoved back hard. No, Drew chuckled outside. It was faint, but clear enough. Ethan's voice tightened. He's still at the door. Yes, he's trying the handle again. Yes, we're keeping it blocked. The first attempt failed before it became a plan. We had found Leela, but she was not reachable through the panel. The wall that made the panel feel like a rescue route also made it useless. It gave us knowledge and no access. Then the phone screen lit with a notification. Not Nina's. Mine. My phone was on the desk, face up. Unknown number. Stop letting them use your name. I stared at it. Tessa saw my face. What? I didn't want to pick it up. I did anyway. Another message appeared. Unknown number. You don't know who is in your closet. The room pulled tight around my lungs. Ethan lowered his phone from his ear for half a second. Mara, I showed Nina. Her expression went flat. How would he have your number? Tessa asked. I don't know. Drew's voice came through the hallway door. Mara, tell them to stop making this ugly. Nina whispered, he can hear us. We all looked at the door, then the closet, then the open panel. Cal raised the radio. Security, suspect may have audio from inside the room or service chase. Static answered, then a broken voice. Repeat 6. The radio cut out. Why did it cut? Cal muttered, smacking the side. Tessa looked at the ceiling. Wi-Fi's down too. What? My phone just switched to data, barely 1 bar. The lights flickered again and dimmed to a sour gray. The radiator gave a hard metallic clank under the window. Somewhere in the wall behind the closet, something scraped. Nina said, he may have killed power to part of the floor. Can a student do that? I asked. If he has access to mechanical rooms, maybe he can trip breakers. Ethan was still connected to 911, but his voice began repeating things. Hello, hello, can you hear me? We're losing signal. The call dropped. The screen showed 1 bar, then SOS. Second attempt, communication. It failed in pieces. Ethan tried calling back. No connection. Tessa tried from her phone. The call spun and died. Nina tried texting campus security. The progress bar froze at halfway. Cal's radio hissed with intermittent fragments, enough to hear that security was in the building, not enough to talk to them. "We need a window signal," Ethan said. He moved to the east side of the room, by the window over Broad Street. Below us, the city looked close enough to help and too far to matter. A bus sighed at the curb. A couple of students under umbrellas crossed toward the 7-Eleven, laughing, one of them carrying pizza. If I had opened the window and screamed, maybe they would look up. Maybe they would think freshman drama. Maybe sound would vanish into traffic. Ethan raised his phone against the glass. "Come on." Cal's radio spat. "6th floor stairwell locked." Nina grabbed it. "Say again." "Nothing." Cal went pale. "The stairwell locked." "Stairwell doors are supposed to open from inside the floor," Tessa said. "Supposed to," Nina said. The word was becoming a curse. Drew knocked once more, harder this time. "Your security guy can't get through the north stairs," he called. "South stairs are worse." "How does he know that?" Ethan whispered. Nina didn't answer. Leela said, "He jammed them." The wall behind the closet thudded. The hockey stick shifted another inch. The laundry basket tipped over, spilling socks, a towel, and a bottle of dry shampoo that rolled under the bed with an absurd, cheerful clatter. For half a second, all of us looked at the can rolling away. That was the misdirection. It sounded like something had skittered under the bed, fast and alive. Tessa yelped. Ethan swung the desk lamp toward the floor. Cal nearly left the door. Then the can bumped the bed leg and stopped, label facing up. Nobody laughed. "I hate this," Tessa said, voice thin. "Join the club," I said. Nina took a breath. "Third attempt. We get visible, window." "Visible to who?" Cal asked. "Anyone. Campus police. A student, street camera. We make it obvious something is wrong." Tessa was already grabbing the desk chair from the closet barricade. "No," I said. She froze. The chair was part of what held the closet shut. Without it, only the hockey stick remained. The laundry basket was gone. The closet handles were straining around the blade. Tessa put the chair back slowly. "Okay," she said. "Not that." Ethan pulled my comforter from the bed instead. "We hang this out the window." "It's 6 floors up," Cal said. "Window barely opens." Temple had installed safety stops, so the windows opened maybe 4 inches. Enough for air, not enough for drama. Tessa grabbed scissors from her pencil cup. Then we cut strips. She attacked the comforter cover with shaking hands, slicing along the seam. The sound of fabric tearing filled the room, loud and intimate. I held the maglite. Ethan knotted strips together. Nina wrote help 614 on the white underside with a black Sharpie from my desk drawer. Drew went quiet outside the door. That was somehow worse. Leela whispered, "He's moving." "Where?" I asked. "I don't know." The closet wall answered with another creak. Above us this time. Everyone looked up. The ceiling vent near the door trembled. Cal backed away from the hallway door for one terrible second, and the knob moved. "Door," Nina snapped. He slammed back into place. The vent trembled again. A screw fell out. It hit the tile with a bright little ping. Tessa covered her mouth. Ethan lifted the lamp like a bat. The vent cover dropped. It clanged off the floor. A gray shape burst out. Tessa screamed. I swung the maglite without meaning to, light flashing wild across the room. The shape hit the floor, darted under my desk, and vanished behind my backpack. Rat, not a person. A fat, terrified rat with dust on its back, and a piece of pink insulation stuck to one foot. It shot from behind my backpack, crossed the tile, and disappeared into the open wall panel. For one breath, terror had a tail and claws, and a perfectly ordinary explanation. Then the wall panel was open again in our minds. A gap, a root, a thing we could not guard while also guarding the door and the closet. "Close it," Ethan said. Nina slammed the panel shut and turned the key. Her hands were shaking so badly she missed the lock twice before it caught. The window plan partly worked. Ethan managed to push the fabric sign through the narrow opening with a ruler, and his phone charger cord tied to one corner. It dangled outside, flapping against brick. The letters were crooked, but legible if someone looked up. For 20 seconds, nobody did. Then a student on the sidewalk below stopped. A small figure in a red hoodie, head tilted back. "There," Ethan said. "There." The student raised a phone. Drew must have seen us move to the window, or maybe heard Ethan, because the hallway door took a hard hit. Not a knock, a shoulder. Cal grunted as the door bucked inward against him and the wedge. The chain rattled. The old strike plate gave a nasty crack. "Get back," Nina shouted. The second hit came lower. The door jumped in the frame. Cal's socks slipped on the tile, and he went down on one knee, still pushing. Ethan dropped the curtain cord and rushed to help him. The phone sign outside twisted, slapped the brick, then tore free. Our message vanished into the dark. Third attempt, signal the outside, partial success. Someone below saw it, maybe, but we lost the sign and Drew stopped pretending. Inside the closet, Leela cried out again. The hockey stick was bending at an angle that made my stomach clench. "Tessa," I said, "help me." "With what?" "Hold the closet." Nina yelled, "No, stay away from it." But the chair was sliding. If the barricade failed, whatever was behind that door came into the room, and I could not let that happen while Cal and Ethan were busy with the hallway. Tessa and I grabbed the chair together and shoved it back under the handles. Something struck the other side at the exact same moment. The impact drove the chair leg into my foot. Pain flashed white and stupid. I bit my tongue hard enough to taste blood. "Mara," Tessa said, "I'm fine." I was not fine. My big toe felt split open inside my sock, and when I put weight on it, nausea climbed into my throat. The closet door pushed again. This time, through the 1-inch gap, I saw movement, a face, not clearly, just skin and a smear of dark hair pressed near the crack at floor level. Leela. She was on the wrong side of the closet door, but not inside the closet itself. Behind it, under it, somehow wedged in the service space, her cheek nearly against the gap. "Don't let him take me back," she whispered. A hand appeared above her head. Not hers, larger, male, fingers dirty, nails broken, gripping the inner edge of the closet door from behind the wall cavity. Tessa made a sound like she had been punched. I shoved the chair with everything I had. The hand vanished. Drew's voice from the hall rose, no longer soft. "You don't understand what she did," Nina shouted back before she could stop herself. "Then tell the police," he laughed once. "You think I'm the only one," That silenced everything. Even the door stopped moving for a second. Cal looked at Nina. Nina looked sick. "What does that mean?" Tessa asked. "I don't know," Nina said, but she did not sound like she knew nothing. She sounded like she knew just enough to be afraid of the missing parts. Ethan's phone suddenly rang. All of us flinched. It was 911 calling back. One bar had returned near the window. He answered on speaker. "Hello? Yes, we're here." The operator's voice sounded distant and compressed. "Stay on the line. Officers are with campus security attempting access to 6th floor. Do not open any doors. Can you confirm if suspect is inside or outside the room?" Ethan looked at the hallway door, then the closet, then the wall panel. "No," he said. "We cannot confirm." The operator paused. That pause told us how bad that answer was. Nina grabbed the radio again, pacing between the bed and the door. "Security, this is Ra Alvarez. We have possible suspect at room door and possible second person in wall chase. Injured female visible near closet. 6th floor stair access may be compromised." The radio crackled. A voice came through, broken but understandable. "Alvarez, south stair blocked by wedge from hall side. North stair door zip tied. We're cutting through. Hold position." Zip tied, not jammed by accident, not old building nonsense. Someone had prepared the floor. Tessa whispered, "He planned this." The closet struck again. The hockey stick split with a sharp crack. Not fully, just enough that a line opened in the wood near the blade. My brother's dumb gift, suddenly the most important object in my life, was failing. "We can't hold both doors," Ethan said. Nina's eyes moved fast. Hallway, closet, panel, window, us. Then she made a decision. "Bathroom. There is no, not yours, communal, across the hall and left. 20 feet, Cal said, past Drew. "No, we don't go through the hallway. We go through Ellis's room." For a second, I thought she meant me, and my brain misfired. Then I remembered the room next door. Room 616. The wall on the other side of our closet. The room we shared a cinder block wall with. Occupied by a quiet sophomore named Paige Ellis, 20, female, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. No relation to me. Who wore noise-canceling headphones and had complained twice about Tessa's alarm. She was not in our room, but she was in the geography of the problem now. Nina grabbed her phone. No signal. She banged on the shared wall with the maglite. "Paige," she shouted. "Paige, wake up." Nothing. She hit the wall again. Drew hit the hallway door at the same time. Cal and Ethan held, barely. I limped to the shared wall and pounded with my fist, ignoring the pain in my foot. "Paige, it's Mara from next door. Wake up." A muffled thump answered. Then a sleepy, irritated voice from the other side. "What the hell?" Relief came so hard I almost sat down. Nina shouted, "Do not open your closet." "Do you hear me? Do not open your closet." A pause. "What?" "Barricade your closet and call 911. From our closet came Leela's voice, urgent and hoarse. "No, he can reach her room." Too late. Through the wall, Paige screamed. Not startled, not confused. Hurt. The point of no return arrived without music, without warning, without giving us time to become better people. The hallway door cracked at the strike plate. The closet hockey stick split another inch. Paige screamed again from room 616, and something heavy slammed against the wall between us. Nina turned toward the hidden panel behind my dresser. Her face had lost all color. "We can't wait," she said. Cal shouted, "Nina, no." But she was already running to the panel, key in hand, because now the danger was not only in our room. It had reached the next one. The choice we had avoided all night opened in front of us, square and black and smelling like wet concrete. Behind us, Drew hit the hallway door again. In front of us, Leela begged from the closet. Beside us, Paige screamed through the wall. And Nina unlocked the service panel. Nina opened the service panel, and the room split into 3 emergencies at once. The hallway door cracked again behind us. Cal cursed, low and ugly, shoulder jammed against the wood, while Ethan braced beside him, with both hands flat near the deadbolt. The closet doors shuttered in front of us. The hockey stick, already split, bowed between the handles like a bone under pressure. From the other side of the wall, Paige screamed once more, then gagged into a muffled sob. I stood between all of it with my foot pulsing in my sock, Maglite in one hand, my phone in the other, and the stupid thought that I had paid a housing deposit for this. Nina looked into the open square of darkness. "We go through," she said. "Through where?" Tessa's voice cracked. "It's pipes and dust." "To the right. It runs behind our closet," Nina said. "Left should run towards 616. The panel in Paige's room might be locked from her side or blocked by furniture. We get her attention, get her out, then pull Leela if we can." Cal shouted from the door, and Drew, Nina's face tightened. "You and Ethan keep him out." Drew hit the hallway door again. The rubber wedge squealed. The old strike plate made a wet cracking sound, not metal exactly, not wood exactly, but both giving up together. "Not for long," Ethan said. "Inside the closet," Leela gasped. "He's behind me." I pointed the Maglite through the panel. The beam shook over studs, pipes, gray dust, and dangling insulation. The space to the left was low and narrow, with enough room to crawl if you hated yourself. To the right, toward our closet, something moved. A shoe. A man's sneaker pressed sideways against a wooden brace. Then gone. I jerked back. "He's in there." Nina grabbed the Maglite from my hand and shone it hard into the opening. "Drew," she shouted. "Police are in the building." From the hallway door, Drew's voice answered, too close and too calm. "They're in the lobby." A second voice came from inside the wall, not Leela, lower, male, "and they won't know which room." Tessa whispered, "There are 2. That was the moment Drew's earlier line made sense. "You think I'm the only one?" A hand shot from the service panel. It was dirty, scraped raw over the knuckles, fingers reaching for Nina's wrist. She flinched back just in time. The hand slapped tile instead. Tessa screamed and swung the desk lamp. The lamp's base hit the hand with a hard plastic crack. The fingers vanished into the dark. "Shut it," Ethan yelled. "No," Paige screamed through the wall. "Don't leave me." Nina froze. That 1 second almost cost her. The closet doors slammed outward. The hockey stick split clean through with a sharp wooden snap, the blade spinning away across the floor. The desk chair toppled. One beige closet door burst open 6 inches before the laundry basket jammed under it. A man's arm thrust through the gap. Not a monster. not some impossible shape. Human arm in a gray temple sweatshirt, the sleeve torn near the wrist, skin nicked and dusty. His hand grabbed the edge of the fallen chair and shoved. Leela cried out from somewhere behind him. I acted before I thought. I kicked the chair. Pain shot up my injured foot so brightly I saw white at the edges of my vision. But the chair slid back into the closet gap. The arm yanked away just before the metal frame pinned it. Tessa grabbed my sweatshirt and hauled me backward. "Mara, your foot." I know. I did not sound like myself. I sounded flat and angry. Nina slammed the service panel halfway shut, then stopped it with her knee, leaving a gap just wide enough for the maglite beam. "Paige," she yelled through the wall. "Get on the floor, away from the closet." A choking answer came back. "He has my hair." Something hit the wall from her side. A thud, a scrape. Then Paige shrieked, high and ragged. Tessa's face changed. She had been scared all night, but this was different. This was fury. She shoved her phone into my hand. "Keep recording." Before I could answer, she grabbed the broken half of the hockey stick. "Tessa, no." She looked at me once. "You said we keep the door shut." Then she turned and drove the broken stick through the closet gap like a spear. Not into a body, into the sweatshirt sleeve. She used it as a lever, jamming the jagged wood across the inner door frame. The man inside cursed and pulled back. The closet door shut 2 inches. Leela used those 2 inches. Her face appeared at the bottom of the gap, cheeks streaked with dust, eyes wide and unfocused. She had dark hair plastered to her temple and blood on her chin from biting her lip. One hand clawed at the floor under the closet door. "Mara," she said. This time, hearing my name did not paralyze me. I dropped flat on my stomach despite my foot and reached for her hand. Nina grabbed my ankle. "Don't let her pull you in." "She's not pulling." Leela's fingers slid against mine, slick with sweat and blood. I caught her wrist. She was real. Warm, trembling so hard her bones felt loose under her skin. "Her ankle stuck," I said. "I know," Nina said. "Don't pull hard." Behind us, the hallway door gave another crack. Cal shouted, "We're losing it." Ethan yelled into his phone, "Room 614. 6th floor, door failing." The operator's voice buzzed thinly from the speaker. "Officers are attempting access. Stay away from the door if possible." "There is no away," Ethan snapped. The closet wall thudded. Leela screamed through her teeth. The man inside the chase had her. I pulled, not hard enough, too hard, I didn't know. Leela's wrist slipped. I caught her again. "Her ankle," she sobbed. "It's caught on the bracket. I can't." Nina dropped beside me. "Can you reach your foot?" "No." "Which side?" Right ankle." Nina looked at the service panel. "The bracket's probably accessible from the panel." "You cannot crawl in there," Tessa said. "Someone has to." No one volunteered. That silence shamed me, but it was honest. We had spent the night being brave in pieces. Phones, barricades, light, talking. None of that was the same as crawling into a wall where at least one man was moving around with keys and copied access, and no reason to stop. Paige screamed again. That decided it for Nina. She handed Cal her key ring from across the room with a short toss. It clattered near his foot. "If the door goes, use those. Throw them down the hall if you have to. Make him chase them." "What?" Cal shouted. "He wants access more than us." Then Nina shoved the panel open and crawled in. "Nina," I yelled. The The space swallowed her shoulders first, then her hips. Her sneakers scraped tile, kicked once, and vanished into the wall. The maglite beam bounced inside, cutting wild shapes over pipes and studs. Tessa dropped to the panel opening. "Talk to us." Nina's voice came back tight. "It's narrow. I'm going right. Pipe on my left." "Don't shut the panel." A sound came from inside the wall. A man breathing. Nina stopped. We heard it too, close to her. "Nina," Tessa whispered. Then everything happened fast. The hallway door burst inward 6 inches before Cal and Ethan slammed it back. The chain snapped loose and whipped against the frame. Drew's hand came through the gap, holding something flat and metal. A pry tool, maybe a screwdriver. He stabbed at the wedge under the door. Ethan stomped on his wrist. Drew screamed. Cal kicked the door shut. The deadbolt held, barely. At the closet, the laundry basket flew sideways. The left door opened far enough for a man's shoulder to show through the gap. Not Drew. Older looking, maybe mid-20s, buzzed hair, face dusty and twisted with effort. He had Leela by the back of her shirt. Tessa swung the desk lamp again. The cord snapped tight. The lamp hit the closet door, not his face, but the burst of motion made him flinch. I pulled Leela's arm. She slid an inch, then stopped and screamed so hard her voice broke. From inside the wall, Nina shouted, "I found the bracket." A male voice inside the chase snarled, "Get out." Nina screamed. Not pain at first, rage. The maglite clanged against a pipe. The beam spun, then settled facing the ceiling of the cavity. "Nina," Tessa yelled. "I'm okay," Nina shouted, not sounding okay. "He kicked me." The man in the closet twisted toward the panel. That gave me 1 second. I let go of Leela's wrist, grabbed the fallen dry shampoo can from under the bed, and shoved it into the closet gap. Then I pressed the nozzle. A cloud of white powder blasted into the cramped dark. The man coughed, cursed, and recoiled. Leela turned her face down. Tessa understood immediately and grabbed the second can from her grooming basket, spraying through the upper gap until the air smelled like alcohol, chemicals, and fake citrus. "Stop," the man shouted, coughing hard. I grabbed Leela again. Inside the wall, Nina yelled, her ankles free. "Pull now." So I pulled, not alone. Tessa grabbed Leela's other arm through the gap. We leaned back together, heels sliding on tile. Leela screamed, not from fear this time, but from the trapped leg dragging wrong through a space too narrow for a body. Her shoulder hit the inside of the closet frame. Her knee banged the door. The man lunged for her. A hand caught Leela's shirt. The fabric stretched, tore. She came through the closet opening in a tangle of limbs, blood, dust, and sobbing breath. Her right ankle was swollen grotesquely above her sock. Her wrapped hand left red smears on the tile. Tessa and I fell backward with her. The man behind the closet slammed the door open. For the first time, we saw him fully. He was not huge. That made it worse. He looked normal. A little older than us, maybe 25, with a shaved head, a narrow face, and a university facilities jacket over a hoodie. A stolen jacket, I thought stupidly. His eyes were red from dry shampoo powder. He held one hand over his face, and the other gripped a short folding knife. Cal saw the knife. "Knife," he shouted. Ethan turned from the hallway door. Drew hit it again. The man from the closet stepped into our room. He slipped on the spilled laundry. It bought us half a breath. Tessa threw the desk lamp at his legs. It tangled in his feet. Leela dragged herself backward, making animal sounds in her throat. I tried to stand, and my injured foot folded under me. Pain knocked me to one knee. The man recovered and came toward Leela. Nina emerged from the service panel behind him like she had been shoved out by the building itself. Her lip was split. Dust coated one side of her face. She had the maglite in both hands. She hit him behind the knee. He dropped hard, the knife scraping tile. Ethan let go of the hallway door and dove for it. Drew shoved through. The door swung open. Cal went backward into the bed frame. Drew Parsons stood in the doorway, younger than I expected, blonde hair damp with sweat, one wrist hanging wrong from where Ethan had stomped it. His face was ordinary too. Soft jaw, acne scars, temple hoodie. He looked like someone who would ask to borrow a charger in a study lounge. His eyes went to Leela, then to the man on the floor. "You idiot," Drew said. The man tried to get up. Ethan grabbed the knife and kicked it under my bed. Drew reached into his hoodie pocket. Cal, still on the floor, threw Nina's key ring. Not at Drew's face, past him, down the hallway. The keys hit the floor outside with a bright metallic crash and skidded away. Drew's eyes flicked after them. 1 second, that was all. Cal slammed the door into Drew's injured wrist. Drew screamed and staggered back into the hallway. Ethan kicked the rubber wedge deeper under the door from the inside, while Cal shoved it shut again. No chain now. Weak deadbolt. Broken strike plate. But shut. The man from the closet rose on one knee. Tessa hit him with my chemistry textbook. Hard. It made a flat, ugly sound against his temple. He sagged, but did not go down all the way. "I'm sorry," Tessa gasped, then hit him again. This time he collapsed onto his side, coughing white powder onto the tile. No one moved for half a second. Then Paige screamed through the wall again. Nina looked at the open service panel. "No," I said. "No, you can't go back in. She's next door." "You're hurt. So is she." Ethan grabbed the maglite. "I'll go." "You won't fit," Nina said. "I'm not crawling, I'm going through the hall." Drew is in the hall, not for long. The sound outside had changed. Not Drew knocking, not Drew talking. Voices, heavy footsteps. A man shouted, "Campus police." "Move away from the door." Cal sagged against the frame. "Thank God," Nina yelled, "suspect outside, one down inside. Injured students. Open the door." "No," all of us shouted at once. A pause. Then the campus police voice, firmer. "Do not open. Stay back." Something slammed into the hallway door from the outside. Not Drew this time. A shoulder or ram. The already damaged frame cracked wider. Drew shouted from the hall, "She's lying." They stabbed him. There was a scuffle. Shoes squeaked. A heavy body hit the wall. "Hands. Hands where I can see them," Drew cursed. Then cried out. Cal slid down to the floor, breathing like he had run stairs. The door burst inward, but this time the people coming through wore uniforms. Campus police first, then Philadelphia officers behind them, bigger, louder, weapons drawn low. The room filled with commands. Knife, under the bed, suspect on floor, medical, hands visible. I put both hands in the air without meaning to. Tessa did the same. Nina stayed kneeling by Leela, one hand pressing fabric around Leela's cut palm. Ethan backed away from the bed. Cal pointed weakly toward the hallway. The man in the facility's jacket tried to roll. An officer planted a knee near his shoulder and cuffed him. He began saying something about trespassing, about a misunderstanding, about Leela being crazy. It came out broken between coughs. No one listened. Leela clung to Nina's sleeve and kept saying, "Page, Page, Page." A Philadelphia officer, female, maybe in her 30s, crouched in front of her. "Who's Page?" "Next room," I said. 616. "Closet access." She screamed. The officer stood and spoke into her radio. 2 officers ran back into the hall. For the first time in nearly half an hour, I could see beyond our room. The hallway was bright and full of people in fragments. Campus police, holding Drew face down near the elevator alcove. A security guard cutting zip ties from the north stair door with bolt cutters. Students peeking from cracked doors until officers shouted them back inside. Our torn help sign lay in the hall, dirty and damp, as if the building had spit it back up. An EMT entered with a red bag, then another. The room became hands and knees and questions. Name, age. Can you feel your foot? Where are you bleeding? Did he touch you? Did you lose consciousness? Leela was laid on a blanket because the tile was cold. Her ankle was stabilized with towels. Her wrapped hand was unwrapped, and I looked away at the wrong moment. Saw the cut anyway, deep across the palm, not clean. The kind of wound made when someone grabs a blade or broken metal because the alternative is worse. Nina sat beside her until an EMT made Nina sit too. Her split lip had swollen. One cheek was already darkening. She kept trying to stand whenever there was noise from next door. Tessa leaned against my bed, shaking uncontrollably now that there was permission. Her knuckles were red from gripping the broken hockey stick. Ethan had a cut over his eyebrow from the door or the lamp. He didn't know which. Cal's shoulder looked wrong, hanging lower than the other one. My sock was wet. I thought it was sweat until an EMT cut it off. The chair leg had split my toenail and sliced skin across the top of my foot. Not life-threatening, not dramatic. It hurt badly enough that, when the air hit it, I almost vomited into my own sweatshirt. From room 616 came a shout. Then, "We've got her." Paige emerged 2 minutes later on a rolling chair because the EMTs had not yet brought a second stretcher. She was conscious, crying. Her hair had been cut jagged on one side where someone had grabbed and tangled it through the closet gap. There were red marks on her neck and a bruise rising along her jaw. But she was alive. She looked at me as they wheeled her past our door. I had never really talked to her before. She reached out. I caught her fingers for 1 second. Then she was gone down the hall. The man in the facility's jacket was hauled upright. His name, we learned from an officer reading his ID, was Marcus Vale, 26, male, from Camden, New Jersey, former temporary maintenance contractor for the building. He had kept copped access cards after his contract ended. He had known the chases. Drew had known the students, the schedules, the weak rooms, the doors that didn't latch right. Human threat. Building failure. Nothing impossible. Somehow that made it worse. As officers walked Marcus out, he turned his powder-streaked face toward me. "You shouldn't have answered her," he said. An officer shoved him forward. "Drew, cuffed in the hall, laughed once. It sounded wet. She always answers. I knew he meant Leela, maybe Paige, maybe me, maybe all of us. The officer pushed him down the hall before anyone could ask. By 4:11 a.m., the room was officially secured. That was the word they used while my closet hung open with one door broken. The service panel gaped behind the dresser, and the tile floor was marked with blood, dust, dry shampoo, and the black scuff of shoes fighting for leverage. Secured, Leela was taken out first. As they lifted her, she grabbed my sleeve. I'm sorry, she whispered. For what? Her eyes moved to the closet. For using your name. Then the EMTs carried her away before I could ask what that meant. Nina heard it. So did Tessa. No one said anything. The officers told us to leave the room. We were not allowed to sleep there. We were not allowed to touch anything. We were not allowed to retrieve more than shoes, phones, and ID cards. I looked at the closet before we left. The rule had been simple. Do not open your closet after 3:00 a.m. We hadn't. Not exactly. It had opened around us anyway, and in the narrow dark behind it, where pipes ran through the bones of the dorm, something still ticked and settled and cooled, like the building was thinking over what it had let happen. They put us in the study lounge on the 3rd floor because it had glass walls. That was the reason Nina gave when one of the officers asked where to keep the uninjured students, which was a generous label for 3 people wrapped in university blankets with blood on their socks and dust in their hair. The lounge had couches that sagged in the middle, 2 vending machines, a whiteboard covered in someone's half-erased calculus, and windows facing the hallway from 3 sides. No closets, no storage doors, no dark panels painted the same color as the wall. I sat with my injured foot propped on Ethan's backpack while an EMT named Laurie cleaned the cut and told me, in a tone that was both kind and bored, that toenails were dramatic little things. It'll look worse than it is, she said, peeling my sock away from dried blood. You might lose the nail. Great, you'll live. I was hoping to model sandals. She smiled without looking up. Then this is a tragedy. That almost made me cry, not the joke itself, the normalness of it. Her purple gloves, the little packets of gauze, the smell of antiseptic and coffee from the vending machine, the way the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like nothing had happened, like the building had not just opened its walls and shown us teeth made of maintenance shortcuts. Tessa sat on the couch beside me, with both hands wrapped around a paper cup of water she hadn't drunk. She still had a streak of dry shampoo across her cheekbone and a bruise forming on her forearm where the closet door had slammed the chair into us. Every few minutes, she looked through the glass wall toward the hallway, checking exits, counting uniforms, watching students gather and get moved along. Ethan stood instead of sitting. He had a butterfly bandage over his eyebrow and kept answering questions from a Philadelphia police officer with the careful patience of someone trying very hard not to become angry, until after the facts were on record. Cal was at the other end of the lounge with his arm in a sling, talking to campus police, and a woman from residence life who looked like she had dressed in the dark. He kept glancing toward Nina, who sat in a hard plastic chair near the vending machines, while another EMT examined her cheek and lip. Nina did not cry. She did not shake. She answered every question in complete sentences and corrected people when they got room numbers wrong. Room 616, not 615, she said once, sharply enough that everyone in the lounge heard. The service chase runs between even-numbered rooms on that side. The resident's life woman wrote it down as if that detail had just become real because Nina said it in front of police. Paige went to the hospital first. I saw her only once after they brought her down from the 6th floor. She was strapped to a stretcher, sitting half upright, with a cervical collar around her neck because of the marks near her throat. Someone had cut more of her hair away where it had tangled, leaving one side jagged and uneven. She was awake. Her eyes moved over the lounge and stopped on me. I lifted my hand. She lifted 2 fingers back. Then the EMTs rolled her out toward the elevators. Leela went next. She had an IV in her arm and a splint on her ankle. Her injured hand was wrapped in thick white dressing, fingers exposed and stained iodine orange at the tips. When the stretcher passed the study lounge, she turned her head as much as the EMTs allowed. "Mara," she said. Everyone looked at me. I got up too fast and nearly sat down again when my foot protested. Laurie caught my elbow. "Careful, I'm fine. You are limping through that lie." Tessa stood with me, not touching me, but close enough that I could lean if I needed to. We moved to the lounge doorway as Leela's stretcher paused. Leela looked smaller in the light. Not younger exactly, but emptied out. Dust still clung to her eyelashes. "I didn't know he'd pick your room," she said. That sentence sat between us. "What does that mean?" Her eyes slid toward the police officer by the vending machines, then back to me. Drew had lists. Names, rooms, who lived alone, who left doors unlocked, who had bad latches. He liked knowing things. My stomach tightened. How did he know my name? She swallowed. The move-in board. The what? Downstairs. Those paper name tags they put on doors the first week. People post pictures. Parents post pictures, floor group chats. She looked ashamed, though none of this was hers to carry. He wasn't magic. He just paid attention. Tessa's jaw hardened. That's comforting in the worst possible way. Leela gave a weak, humorless breath. "Yeah." A police officer leaned closer. "Ms. Hart, we need to continue this at the hospital." Hart. That was the first time I learned her last name. Leela Hart, 19, female, from Montclair, New Jersey. Film student. Real person, not a voice in a wall. Leela reached her uninjured hand toward me. I took it gently. "I used your name because he told Marcus your room was empty most nights," she whispered. I heard him say it. Then I heard you talking. I thought if I said your name, you'd know I wasn't just making noise. You scared me half to death." "I know." Her eyes filled, but the tears didn't fall. She looked too tired even for that. "I'm sorry. I wanted to be graceful. I wanted to say the perfect thing, something forgiving but not fake. Something that made sense of the fact that hearing my name from the closet would live in my body for a long time. Instead, I said, 'You're alive.'" She squeezed my fingers once. "So are you," she said. Then they took her away. By sunrise, The university had learned the language of containment. They did not call it an attack in the first email. They called it an overnight security incident in Johnson Hall. They said 2 unauthorized individuals had been detained, which made Drew sound like a guy who had wandered into the wrong dining hall, and Marcus like a contractor who had misplaced a badge. They said affected students are receiving support, which was technically true if support included a blanket, a granola bar, and being told not to speak to reporters until the investigation developed further. Tessa read the email out loud from her phone, her voice flat. Unauthorized individuals, she repeated. One of them crawled through our wall with a knife. Ethan laughed once. It wasn't funny. He had finally sat down and kept rubbing his hands over his knees, as if trying to wipe off dust that wasn't there. Nina heard and stood up. The residence life woman tried to intercept her. Nina, you should rest. No, Nina, no, she said again. And this time the whole lounge went quiet. She walked to the whiteboard, took the black dry erase marker, and wrote in large letters, "Do not open closet doors. Do not touch wall PA and ELS. If you hear knocking, leave the room if safe and call 911. This is not a prank." Then she capped the marker and turned to the residence life woman. "Send that email." The woman stared at the board. To her credit, she took a picture. By 8:30, our parents knew. My mother called me 16 times before I answered. I had been avoiding it because there is no gentle way to tell your mother that the closet in your college dorm became a crime scene before breakfast. When I finally picked up, she was already crying, and I hated myself for being irritated because every question she asked made sense, and none of them could be answered in a way that helped. "Are you hurt?" "Yes, but not badly. Are you safe?" "I don't know what that word means right now." "Did they catch him?" "They caught two, Mom." I could hear my father in the background, asking if they should drive down. Providence to Philadelphia was 5 hours if traffic behaved, which it never did. I told them not to. Then I told them yes. Then I told them I didn't know. Tessa's parents called from England while she was still wearing the university blanket around her shoulders like a cape. She tried to sound bright for the first minute and failed by the second. She turned away from us when she cried, facing the vending machines, one hand pressed over her mouth so her mother would not hear the worst of it. Ethan called his older sister, not his parents. I heard him say, "No, I'm okay," 6 times in different tones. Cal refused the hospital twice, then nearly passed out when he stood and was sent anyway. Before he left, he found Nina by the doorway. "I should have told someone about Drew," he said. Nina's face softened for the first time all morning. "You did tell housing." "I should have told someone who cared." She didn't argue. That was one of the things that stayed with me. How often people had done a piece of the right thing, and how little it mattered when the next person treated it like paperwork. Drew Parsons and Marcus Vale were charged later that day, though the full list changed over the next week as police sorted out what belonged to campus discipline and what belonged to court. Burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, possession of stolen access credentials, tampering with safety equipment. Drew's family hired a lawyer who described him as a troubled young man caught in a misunderstanding. Marcus's public defender said less. There was no misunderstanding in Tessa's video. Her recording caught Leela's voice, Drew at the door, Nina warning us, the broken hockey stick. The moment Marcus came through the closet with a knife. It caught me cursing in a way my mother later pretended not to hear. It caught Tessa hitting a grown man with a chemistry textbook and then apologizing to him, which became the only part any of us could laugh about 2 weeks later. The police asked for the video. Tessa gave it to them. She also made 3 copies and sent one to herself, one to her father, and one to a local reporter after the university's second email used the phrase isolated access irregularity. That phrase did not survive the afternoon. By Monday, Johnson Hall had news vans outside. By Tuesday, every closet on the 6th floor was zip-tied shut from the outside by contractors in blue coveralls, while students carried duffel bags past them. The university relocated all of us from that side of the building to a hotel near City Avenue. 2 students per room, shuttle service included, which sounded generous until you realized nobody wanted to sleep with their back to the wardrobe there either. Tessa and I shared a room on the 7th floor of the hotel. The first thing she did was open the wardrobe doors and drag the ironing board in front of them. Not because I believe in anything, she said. Obviously, purely decorative paranoia. I put my suitcase against the other door. We slept with the bathroom light on. Sleep was the wrong word. I drifted, woke, drifted again. At 3:07 a.m., my eyes opened without an alarm, and I listened to the hotel air conditioner rattle until the clock changed to 3:08. Tessa was awake too. I could tell by her breathing. Neither of us said anything. The legal part moved slowly, which is how legal things punish you a second time. Detectives interviewed us separately. Campus investigators interviewed us in rooms with too much glass and offered water in tiny bottles. Lawyers used phrases like known vulnerability, prior notice, and failure to remediate. My parents drove down after all and sat beside me in the student health center, while a counselor explained trauma responses with a laminated handout. Hypervigilance, startle response, intrusive recall, avoidance. I wanted to tell her I already knew those words in practice. I had known them since the linen closet at Thanksgiving. College had just given them better lighting. Nina resigned as Ra before the university could fire her. That was how she phrased it when she visited us at the hotel with a split lip gone purple-yellow and a paper bag full of bagels. They said I violated communication protocol, she said. Tessa stared. You saved 4 people. I also made them look liable. Ethan, who had come by with coffee, and a limp he insisted was from sleeping weird, said, That's very inconsiderate of you. Nina smiled then. A small one, tired but real. Leela sent a message through the police liaison 2 weeks later. Not directly. She wasn't ready, and neither was I. The message said her hand would need physical therapy, but she would keep most function. Her ankle had a fracture and a torn ligament. Paige had bruising, a concussion, and a chopped haircut she had decided to make intentional by shaving one side. That sounded like Paige. I barely knew her, but it sounded like survival with teeth. The message also said Leela had met Drew at a student film screening off campus. He had been charming in the specific way insecure men can be charming when they decide attention is owed to them. Marcus was Drew's older cousin's friend, a former maintenance contractor who knew which panels were still accessible and which cameras had blind spots. At first, Drew used the access to impress people, to sneak into lounges, to steal alcohol from rooms during parties, to make girls think he knew impossible things. Then Leela tried to stop seeing him. Then he started using the building like it belonged to him. The closet rules, it turned out, had begun as rumor before they became paper. Students had noticed doors opening, items missing, a jacket moved from one hanger to another, a phone charger disappearing from a desk and showing up inside a closet. Small things, explainable things, the kind of things people dismiss because the alternative is too ugly and too much work. After the incident last spring, housing sealed some chases, but not all. The official reason was budget scheduling and phased remediation. Nina called it gambling with other people's sleep. The unclaimed cardboard box in our closet belonged to neither of us. Police took it into evidence. Later, through an officer who was kinder than he needed to be, we learned it contained a cheap prepaid phone, 2 copied access cards, a roll of duct tape, and printed screenshots from floor social media pages. One screenshot had my move and name tag circled. Maraellis, room 614. I stopped asking how he knew my name after that. Knowing did not help. A month later, Tessa and I moved into a different dorm across campus, newer, uglier, with windows that sealed too tight and closets that had no backs except painted drywall. Facilities showed us personally. A man in a hard hat knocked on the wall and said, "Solid." Tessa knocked too. Then I did. We both listened to the dead little thud and pretended we were satisfied. Classes continued because classes always continue. Chemistry quizzes happened. Laundry piled up. Students complained about dining hall eggs and midterms and group projects. The city kept moving outside campus, buses sighing, sirens fading, rainwater shining under streetlights. Ordinary life reassembled itself around the gap, but not perfectly. Ethan still sat facing doors in lecture halls. Tessa cut her hair shorter because Marcus had grabbed Paige's. Cal changed jobs and stopped working nights. Nina started speaking to a lawyer and a reporter, and every time the university sent another polished email, she forwarded it to us with one line, "Keep copies." As for me, I got better in the way people mean when they want a hopeful ending. I could open my closet during the day. I could hang my coat without checking behind the wall every time. I could sleep through 3, 0, 7 some nights. Some. On the last Friday before winter break, I went back to Johnson Hall to sign a final property form because bureaucracy has no sense of horror. The 6th floor was closed for renovation. Plastic sheeting covered the hallway entrance. A security guard sat by the elevators scrolling on his phone. While I waited for the housing coordinator, I saw a new sign taped near the stairwell. Official letterhead this time. Notice: closet and wall access, REPAIS, in progress. Do not enter closed areas. Report unusual sounds to campus safety immediately. I stood there longer than I meant to. The paper was straight. The font was professional. The warning was finally allowed to exist in daylight. From behind the plastic sheeting, somewhere down the closed hallway, came a soft sound. Tap. I stopped breathing for half a second. Then it came again. Tap, tap. A maintenance worker appeared behind the plastic with a hammer in one hand and a pencil behind his ear. He looked at me through the cloudy sheet. "Sorry," he called. "Didn't mean to scare you," I nodded, because that was the reasonable response. He went back to work. Tap, tap, tap. Wood, not knuckles. Repair, not invitation. A man fixing something that should have been fixed a year earlier. Still, I waited until the elevator arrived before turning my back on the hallway. And when the doors slid shut, I watched the reflection in the metal panels until the gap was gone. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, the local radio station broadcasts missing people before they disappear, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. At 6:12 on a Thursday morning, while the coffee was still making that wet, impatient sputter behind the counter, our local radio station announced that Mrs. Helen Prout had gone missing. That by itself wasn't impossible. Helen was 78, lived alone over on North Main, and had been known to walk to the Hannaford before sunrise because she said the produce looked less tired under the early lights. What made Danny stop wiping the pastry case, and what made me set down the sleeve of paper cups I'd been restocking, was the fact that Helen Prout was standing right in front of us at that exact moment, counting quarters into her palm for a blueberry muffin. The radio sat on the high shelf above the espresso machine, wedged between a jar of cinnamon sticks and the emergency flashlight, whose batteries we were always promising to replace. It was tuned, like it always was, to WBRK 91.7, the community station out of Brattleboro that played folk music, lost dog notices, school closings, and announcements read in the same cheerful voice, whether the town was getting 6 inches of snow or the library was hosting a quilt raffle. The announcer said, "Authorities are asking for help locating Helen Prout, age 78, last seen wearing a green raincoat and brown walking shoes near the Elliott Street Bridge." Helen looked down at herself. Green raincoat, brown walking shoes. Her fingers tightened around the quarters until they clicked together. Danny said, "What the hell?" Helen blinked at him. Language. The radio made a soft pop of static, then went right back into an acoustic guitar song about leaving Vermont for Ohio. "My name Ismara Voss. I was 32 then, female, and running the opening shift at Juniper Bean, a narrow coffee shop on Main Street in Brattleboro, Vermont, with fogged front windows and floorboards that complained under every boot. I had moved there from New Haven after my divorce, which is the kind of fact people in small towns learn without asking, and then politely pretend not to know. I was good at remembering regulars' orders. I was bad at answering unknown numbers. I checked door locks twice, sometimes 3 times, and I told myself it was because I managed the shop, not because I hated the feeling of being reachable and unprepared. Danny Holt was 26, male, my opening barista, born in Bellows Falls, and proud of having escaped, only as far as a 3rd-floor apartment above a tattoo shop. He had a shaved head, sleeve tattoos he pretended were ironic, and the tender, jumpy energy of someone who joked before he thought. Helen Prout was 78, female, retired school secretary, sharp as a sewing needle, 5 feet tall in her hat, and not somebody who enjoyed being treated as fragile. She had been coming in every Thursday for 1 muffin and a small black coffee since before I'd worked there. For a few seconds, none of us moved. Outside, Main Street was still blue with early light. A delivery truck idled at the curb, coughing diesel into the damp air. Somewhere down the block, a snow shovel scraped pavement even though it was March, and the last storm had melted into dirty ridges along the sidewalk. Inside the cafe, the air smelled like burned dust from the baseboard heat, coffee oil, and the lemon cleaner Danny used too much of because he thought more meant cleaner. Helen placed her quarters on the counter one at a time. "Well," she said, "that was rude." Danny gave a laugh that landed wrong. Maybe they meant another Helen Prout. "In this town," she said. I reached up and turned the radio knob down, not off. The song became a thin, tinny murmur. "Helen," I said, "did you tell anyone you were walking near Elliott Street?" She narrowed her eyes at me. "I crossed by the bridge, yes. That's how feet work when one is walking from my house." "Maybe someone saw you and got confused," I said, confused enough to call the radio station. I didn't have an answer. I wanted one. I wanted the kind of boring answer that makes everybody feel silly afterward. A clerical mistake. Some old announcement replayed by accident, except Helen had never gone missing before, and the raincoat was still wet at the shoulders from the mist outside. Danny had his phone out already, thumb moving fast. "WBRK doesn't have anything online," he said. "Their site still says Maple Breakfast fundraiser from last weekend." He looked at Helen. "No offense, Mrs. Prout, but I'm checking the police scanner group." Helen sniffed. "I am not offended by research." The bell over the door jingled, and all 3 of us turned like we'd been caught stealing. It was just Owen Bell, coming in with his messenger bag banging against his hip, and his glasses fogging at the edges. Owen was 34, male, a reporter for the Brattleboro Reformer, though half his job seemed to be rewriting press releases and begging people to call him back. He had grown up outside Manchester, England, moved to Vermont with his American mother in high school, and still said bin instead of trash when he was tired. He was one of my regulars too, large dark roast, no room, always paid with a card even for $2 because he claimed cash made him lose respect for himself. He stopped when he saw us staring. "What?" he said. "Do I have something on me?" Danny pointed at Helen. "The radio just said she's missing." Owen looked at Helen, then at me. "Helen," he said carefully, "are you?" "Apparently," Helen said. Owen did not laugh. That was one reason I liked him, and also one reason I tried not to like him too much. He had a way of becoming still when things were strange, as if he didn't want to scare the truth off by moving too quickly. "What exactly did it say?" he asked. I repeated it as best I could. Helen corrected me on the wording, because of course she did. "Authorities are asking," she said. "Not police, authorities." And it said Elliott Street Bridge, which is not where I was last seen. I am currently being seen right here. Owen pulled out a small notebook. "Time, 6:12, I said. "You sure?" I pointed to the register screen. I was opening the drawer. He wrote it down. That annoyed me a little, not because he was doing anything wrong, but because writing it down made it more real. It turned our weird little moment into a thing with edges. Danny held up his phone. Nothing in the scanner group. Nothing on the Brattleboro PD Facebook. Last post is about catalytic converter theft. Maybe WBRK aired tomorrow's missing person notice by accident, he said. We all looked at him. He raised both hands. I know. That came out bad. Helen slid her muffin toward herself. If I am going to disappear, I refuse to do it hungry. The espresso machine hissed hard enough to make me flinch. Steam curled white against the stainless steel. I hated that I flinched. I covered it by grabbing a rag and wiping a circle on the counter that was already clean. Owen noticed. He always noticed small things. That was another problem. You okay? He asked quietly. Fine. That was my most practiced lie. The morning kept going because mornings do that, even when something has gone wrong. The first commuters came in, wrapped in scarves and impatience, tapping cards, ordering lattes, checking phones. A woman in green scrubs complained about roadwork on Western Avenue. A guy from the co-op asked if we had oat milk, and then looked offended when we did. The radio stayed low, just loud enough to give the room a nervous pulse under the milk steamer and grinder. Helen took her usual table by the window, sat with her back straight, and ate in neat bites. Every few minutes she glanced at the radio, then out at the street, then at her reflection in the glass, as if verifying she had not become transparent. At 6:43, my phone buzzed in my back pocket. Unknown caller. I let it ring. Danny saw the screen from the side. You gonna get that? No, could be the shop landlord, he texts. Could be important. Unknown numbers were always important to somebody else first. That was how I thought of them. They arrived demanding you open a door without knowing who stood behind it. The call stopped. A voicemail notification appeared. I didn't play it. Owen came up for a refill, leaned one elbow on the counter, and kept his voice low enough that Helen wouldn't hear. I'm going to swing by WBRK after this, he said. Why? Because they just reported a missing woman who is drinking coffee 10 feet away. Maybe don't make it a story yet. He studied me. I wasn't planning to write local ghost buys muffin, Mara. I mean it. I know. That softened something in me, which which irritated me more than it should have. "I'm just saying," I said. "Helen doesn't need people staring at her." "She's already noticed 3 people staring at her," Owen said. "She's pretending not to because she's got more pride than all of us combined." I looked over. He was right. A man in a puffer jacket was whispering into his phone while looking at Helen. The green scrub woman had her eyes fixed on Helen's raincoat. Then the radio clicked. Not static, not music fading. A clean click, like someone switching microphones in a quiet room. The folk song cut off mid-lyric. A woman's voice came through, not the usual announcer, younger, flat with effort, like she was trying to read without breathing too loudly. "Missing person alert," she said. The cafe went still in layers. First Owen, then Danny, then the customers, one by one, as they realized the sound had changed. The voice continued. "Authorities are asking for help locating Caleb Renner, age 9. Last seen wearing a red winter hat, navy puffer coat, and gray backpack near Canal Street. Anyone with information should contact." Another click. Music returned, too bright and too normal. At the back of the line, a woman made a small, broken noise. She was 37, female. Later, I learned her name was Leila Renner, a nurse at Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and a single mother who had perfected the exhausted smile of someone always arriving 5 minutes late. But in that moment, she was only a woman in purple scrubs, holding a paper cup in both hands, staring at the radio shelf as coffee dripped over her fingers. "My son is at school," she said. No one answered. She fumbled her phone out of her coat pocket and nearly dropped it. Her thumb slipped twice before she got the call placed. We all heard it ring because no one had started talking again. "Come on," she whispered. "Come on, come on." Her face changed before she spoke. It drained into a focused, terrible calm. "Hi, this is Caleb's mom," she said. "Can you check his classroom?" "No, I know attendance just started. Please check." Helen stood up from her table. Owen shut his notebook without writing anything. Danny whispered, "Jesus." Leila turned toward the window, as if she could see the school from there, though Canal Street curved away 2 blocks down and disappeared behind old brick buildings and wet maples. Outside, a dump truck banged over a pothole. The sound made the front windows tremble in their frames. "Yes, I'll hold," Leila said. She pressed the phone harder to her ear. Her other hand still held the coffee. A thin line of it ran from the lid down over her knuckle and dripped onto the floor. I came around the counter with napkins. "Here," I said. She looked at me like I'd spoken in another language. "Your hand." She looked down, seemed surprised by the coffee, and let me take the cup. Her skin was red but not blistered. A simple burn, a normal injury. That almost made it worse. From the phone, small and tinny, someone spoke. Leila listened. Then she closed her eyes. "He's there," she said. "You see him." "In the room," she swallowed. "Can I talk to him?" The breath that moved through the cafe was not relief exactly. It was release with hooks still in it. Helen muttered, "Twice is not a mistake." Owen heard her. So did I. Leila turned away, whispering into the phone now. "Caleb, honey, no, nothing. I just wanted to hear you. I know, I'm embarrassing." A wet laugh escaped her. "Keep your hat on for recess, okay?" She hung up and stood very still. Everyone wanted to ask her something. Nobody did. I went back behind the counter because it gave my hands something to do. My phone buzzed again. Known caller. This time Owen's eyes dropped to it. Maybe answer, he said. I hated that my first instinct was still no. The phone kept vibrating in my hand, an insect trapped under glass. I swiped accept. Juniper Bean, this is Mara. There was no voice at first, just a low hum and behind it faint music, not enough to identify. Then a man cleared his throat very close to the receiver. Turn off your radio, he said. My fingers tightened around the phone. Who is this? Turn it off now. Who is this? The line went dead. I kept the phone to my ear for a second longer than I needed to, listening to nothing. Owen leaned closer. Mara, I lowered the phone. What happened? Danny asked. I looked at the radio. The little red power light glowed under a dusting of flour. The antenna, bent years ago and held upright with tape, pointed toward the ceiling like a crooked finger. He said to turn it off, I said. Helen's muffin sat half-eaten on its plate. Leela pressed both hands flat against her mouth. A customer near the door said, who said, I don't know. Owen looked at the radio, then at his own phone. I'm calling the station. Don't, Helen said. That surprised all of us. She gathered her raincoat tighter at her throat, suddenly less like an irritated regular and more like an old woman standing near traffic. If there is something wrong, she said, you do not poke it with a stick from inside the room. Danny let out a thin laugh. No offense, Mrs. Prout, but that is exactly how people end up in podcasts. The radio crackled again, just once. A dry little snap. My hand moved before I had decided anything. I reached up and turned the knob all the way left. The red light died. The cafe filled with all the sounds that had been underneath it the whole time. The compressor in the pastry case, the rain ticking softly against the front glass, the faint scrape of Helen's chair leg as she shifted her weight, Leela breathing through her nose in quick, uneven pulls. Then, from the kitchen doorway behind me, the old emergency, weather radio on the prep shelf, came alive. We never used it. It was a square gray thing with a hand crank and a rubber antenna, left there by the previous manager and mostly forgotten under a stack of takeout lids. It hissed. Danny whispered, that thing doesn't have batteries. A woman's voice came through the static, not loud, clear enough. Missing person alert, it said. I turned slowly toward the kitchen. Nobody breathed for a beat. The voice continued, swallowed in scratches of signal. Authorities are asking for help locating. I crossed the floor and slapped the power button so hard the plastic radio skidded backward into the wall. The voice cut out. Pain flared in my palm. Everyone was looking at me now. Customers, Danny, Owen, Helen, Leela. Outside, a school bus rolled past the window, its brakes squealing wet and metallic at the corner. Owen picked up his bag. I'm going to WBRK, he said. No, I said too fast. He looked at me. The room felt suddenly smaller, packed with steam and damp wool and the sour edge of spilled coffee. I mean, I said, trying again, we should call the police first. About what? Danny said, a radio being creepy. About 2 false missing person alerts, I said, and a phone call telling me to turn it off. Helen tapped her cane once against the floor. Call them then. Leela nodded, still pale. Please. I looked at Owen. He was already halfway toward the door, but he had stopped, waiting. That was the choice, though I didn't understand it yet. Keep the morning contained, explain it away. Let the cafe swallow the weirdness with burnt espresso and small town gossip. Or follow the sound back to where it came from. My thumb hovered over 911. Owen's hand rested on the door handle. The radio above the espresso machine stayed dead, but the speaker cloth gave off a faint, warm smell, like dust on a bulb. I pressed call, and before the dispatcher answered, the cafe phone behind the counter began to ring. Not my cell, the landline, the one nobody used except vendors and my landlord. One ring, 2, 3. Owen looked at me through the glass door reflection. Don't answer that, he said. The dispatcher clicked onto my cell and asked, calm as rain on pavement, what is the address of your emergency? The landline kept ringing. I had to choose which voice to listen to. The dispatcher asked for the address again, and for one ugly second I could not remember it. I knew the address. I wrote it on invoices. I gave it to delivery drivers and tourists with dead phone batteries. I had said it 100 times with a rag in one hand and the register drawer open against my hip. But the landline kept ringing. One ring, 2, 3. The sound was too ordinary. That was the problem. It wasn't some shriek from a horror movie. It was our cheap black desk phone behind the counter, the one with a curled cord and a handset that smelled faintly of old plastic and coffee grease, ringing the way it rang when the dairy guy was late, or when someone wanted to know if we still carried gluten-free lemon bars. Mara, the dispatcher said, are you there? Yes, sorry. Juniper Bean, 114 Main Street, Brattleboro. Owen was still at the door, one hand on the handle, his breath fogging a small oval on the glass. Danny stood halfway between the counter and Helen's table, holding his phone like it had disappointed him personally. Leela had backed into the wall beside the pastry case, her eyes jumping from the dead shelf, radio to the landline to the kitchen doorway. The phone rang again. Do not answer it, Owen said. The dispatcher heard him. Ma'am, is someone threatening you? I don't know. That was the most honest thing I had said all morning. Helen said, give me the phone. No, I said. I have answered phones since before you were born. That doesn't make it safe. It makes me qualified. The dispatcher said, Ma'am, stay on the line with me. Tell me exactly what's happening. So I did, badly at first. I said the radio had announced 2 missing people who weren't missing. I said one was in the room. One was confirmed at school. I said I got a call telling me to turn off the radio. I said an emergency. Radio came on by itself, though even as the words left my mouth, I heard how they sounded. Like stress, like hysteria, like something that would make a dispatcher soften her voice and keep me talking while she typed possible mental health into a field on her screen. Are there any weapons on the premises? She asked. No. Danny glanced toward the kitchen, where we kept knives for bagels and boxes. No weapons, I said again, sharper. The landline stopped ringing. The cafe seemed to lean toward the silence it left behind. Then the answering machine clicked on. I had forgotten we still had it. It was built into the phone base, a tiny blinking red light I ignored unless my landlord complained that he couldn't leave messages. A male voice filled the counter area, thin and flattened by the speaker. Do not let Owen Bell leave the building. Owen's face changed. Not fear exactly. Recognition trying not to become fear. The message continued. Do not call the station. Do not call police. Keep Helen Prout inside. Keep Leela Renner inside. The boy is safe only if she stays where she is. Leela made a sound like she had been hit in the stomach. Message deleted, the phone announced in its bland little robot voice. What? Danny said. No, it doesn't delete by itself. He lunged behind the counter and jabbed buttons on the base. The machine beeped again, then gave him nothing but an empty tone. The dispatcher was asking questions in my ear, faster now. Ma'am, who was that? Was that a live call? Did they identify themselves? It was on the answering machine, I said. My mouth had gone dry. They said not to let Owen leave. Owen who? Owen took 2 steps back from the door. Owen Bell, I said. He looked at me when I said his name, like I had handed it to someone dangerous. The dispatcher's voice flattened into procedure. I'm sending officers to your location. Keep the line open. If it is safe to do so, move away from doors and windows. We're in a coffee shop, I said. I understand. Move everyone away from the front windows if you can. It was a reasonable instruction. Normal, helpful. For some reason, it made my hands shake harder. I hung up only because she told me patrol had been dispatched and instructed me to keep my cell available. Then I stood there with the phone in my hand, the whole room waiting for me to become someone who knew what to do. I was not that person. I was a woman who had once sat in a courthouse hallway in New Haven, listening to my ex-husband's lawyer explain why missed calls did not prove harassment, why messages that started with, I just need to talk, were not threats, why a person could make you feel hunted without technically breaking the law. After that, I learned to let phones ring. I learned that not answering felt like control. Now, every phone in the building felt like a door I had locked too late. Owen reached for his own phone. What are you doing? I asked. Calling my editor. Helen snapped. Were you not listening? I listened, Owen said. That's why I'm calling someone outside this room. Police are coming, I said. Good. And if someone's spoofing alerts or hijacking WBRK, my editor can start checking station contacts. Leela pushed away from the wall. They said Caleb is safe only if I stay here. Owen stopped. Her face was tight and white around the mouth. My son is 9. You heard them say his name. They could be lying, Owen said gently. That doesn't make it better. Danny's phone buzzed. He looked down, then swore under his breath. What? I said. He turned the screen toward me. The Brattleboro Community Facebook group had erupted. Someone had posted, anyone else hear WBRK say Helen Prout missing? She's at Juniper Bean. Under it, comments were multiplying faster than Danny could scroll. They just said a kid from Canal Street too. This better not be some sick prank. My scanner app doesn't show anything. WBRK line busy. Anyone know Caleb's mom? Police at the station. Keep kids inside. And then one comment posted under a profile with no photo. If they leave, the broadcast changes. Danny read it aloud before he realized what he was doing. Leela covered her mouth again. Helen said, enough, put that away. Danny did not put it away. He refreshed, and the comment was gone. Deleted, he said. I swear it was there. Owen moved closer. What was the profile name? I don't know, like just initials, VT, TV, something. Screenshot. Danny stared at him. No, Owen, during the creepy vanishing threat comment, I forgot to create a media archive. Don't bite at each other, Helen said. That should have sounded fussy. It didn't. It sounded like a command from someone used to keeping frightened children from making fire drills worse. Outside, Main Street was waking properly now. Cars hissed over wet pavement. Anne in a knit cap paused at the window, peered in at us, then lifted his phone to take a picture. I crossed to the door and flipped the sign to closed. The man knocked immediately. Are you kidding me? Danny said. I locked the deadbolt. The man knocked again, harder. His face looked curious, not dangerous, which somehow made me angrier. We're closed, I called. It's not even 7. We're closed. He raised his phone and took another photo through the glass. Owen stepped out of sight behind the front pillar. That's going to help, Danny muttered. Danny, I said. What? Everybody's going to think we're part of it. Part of what? He threw one hand toward the radios, the phone, the room. Whatever this is. The first concrete problem arrived as a text on Leela's phone. She read it and made a small, wounded noise. What is it? I asked. She turned the screen toward us. It was from a number labeled Molly Front Office. Hi, Leela. Sorry, Caleb isn't in class now. Teacher says he was sent to office after your call. Did you pick him up? Please call. For half a second, nobody moved. Then Leela called the number so hard her fingernail clicked against the glass. Pick up, she whispered. Pick up. It rang, rang, rang. Her body started moving before the call connected, as if her legs had made the decision without permission. She grabbed her bag from the chair. I'm going to the school. No, Owen said. She looked at him with pure, sharp hatred. Do not say that to me. They told you to stay. They also told everyone my son was missing before the school lost him. That's my point. You don't have children, do you? Owen's mouth closed. Leela turned to me, unlocked the door. I did not move fast enough. Mara, unlock the door. The dispatcher's instruction pulsed in my head. Move away from doors and windows. Police are coming. Keep the line open. Follow procedure. Procedure was clean until people were crying in front of you. I can drive you, I said. Everyone looked at me. Even I was surprised. Danny said, you're not supposed to leave either. They didn't name me. That's your logic. My car is out back, I said. We can avoid Main Street. Oak to Canal, 3 minutes. Leela was already nodding. Yes, please. Helen tapped her cane. Absolutely not. Helen, you do not respond to a trap by sprinting neatly into it. My son is not a theory, Leela said. Helen flinched at that. Just a fraction. Owen rubbed both hands over his face. Police are already on the way here. If Caleb is missing, the school will call them too. Leela put the phone to her ear again. They're not answering. Why are they not answering? I knew the school office. 1 secretary, 2 lines, a buzzer door, morning chaos. Phones got missed. Kids got sent with notes. Adults misunderstood one another every day in ways that looked sinister only after something went wrong. But that text had landed like a hook. I called 911 back with my thumb already trembling. This time I got a different dispatcher and had to compress everything into sentences that sounded sane. My name is Mara Voss. I already called from Juniper Bean. We have reason to believe a child named Caleb Renner may now be missing from school after an earlier false radio alert. His mother is here. We need officers sent to the school too. Which school? Leela supplied it, voice tight. Green Street Elementary. The dispatcher asked how we knew. I said the mother received a text from the school office. The dispatcher asked if the child had any custody issues. Leela heard that and snapped. No, his father lives in Keene and hasn't picked up a phone in 6 months. The dispatcher stayed calm. Ma'am, I understand. Officers are being notified, not sent, not racing, not saving, not in the way people imagine when they say call the police. Notified. Mara, I thought, do not make this about your fear of being ignored. But that fear was old and practiced. It knew where to sit in my chest. A siren yelped somewhere far off, then stopped. Not close enough. Owen had gone quiet, staring at his phone. WBRK's main number is busy. Their public stream is down. Down how? Danny asked. Site won't load the stream. Could be traffic. Could be. Say it like you believe it. I don't. Helen moved toward Leela and softened her voice. Call the school again. Ask for Molly specifically. Ask them who sent Caleb to the office. Leela did. This time someone picked up. We could hear the woman on the other end, frantic and muffled. Yes, Molly, it's me. Where is he? Leela listened, her face collapsing piece by piece. What do you mean you thought I signed him out? Danny whispered. Oh no. Leela's fingers dug into the strap of her bag. No, I'm at Juniper Bean. I did not sign him out. Who did? A pause. What man? The word opened the room. Owen took his notebook back out, though his hand was not as steady now. Leela shook her head hard, as if rejecting what she was hearing. There is no Uncle Mark. Caleb doesn't have an Uncle Mark. I never put anyone named Mark on his pickup list. Another pause. She buzzed him in. Her voice rose on the last word, and then she listened. Her eyes went to the window, to the street, to every adult outside suddenly made suspect by weather jackets and morning errands. Call the police, she said into the phone. Right now. Lock the doors. No, listen to me. Lock the doors now. She hung up. No one asked if Caleb was missing. The answer was in her face. The problem was no longer a radio broadcast. A 9-year-old boy had been signed out of school by a man who should not have been able to sign him out, minutes after a radio alert named him missing, while his mother was being told not to leave the cafe. Leela walked to the door. I got there first and blocked it. She stopped inches from me. Move. I said I'd drive you. Then move faster, Owen said. We shouldn't split up. Are you coming? I asked. He looked at Helen. Helen said, I'm not staying here with the boy who thinks jokes are a plan. Danny opened his mouth, then shut it. I can stay, he said. Lock the door after you. Wait for cops. Tell them where you went. That was almost sensible. Sensible enough that it scared me. The landline rang again. Everyone froze. Once. Twice. Danny reached for it. No, I said. I can put it on speaker. Danny, if it's the same guy, we need to know. Owen said, let it go to machine. Record it. The machine deleted itself. Then record with your phone. Danny fumbled, opened his camera, and pointed it at the phone base. The answering machine clicked. For 1 second, only room noise. The pastry case hum, the rain, Leela breathing. Then the same male voice, low and close. You are wasting time. Leela lunged toward the phone. I caught her arm without thinking, and she tore away hard enough to make my shoulder bark with pain. "Where is my son?" she screamed at the machine. The voice did not react. "Rear alley, white service van, 6 minutes before he's moved." The line clicked. The answering machine did not say message deleted this time. The red light blinked. Nobody spoke. Then all of us moved at once. Owen grabbed his bag. Danny vaulted the counter badly and clipped his shin on the swinging door, cursing through his teeth. Helen snatched her cane from where it had been leaning against the table. Leela ripped the deadbolt open before I could stop her. "Wait," I said. "Rear alley where?" "Here, school. Green Street has a rear service alley," Leela said. "Kitchen deliveries. It runs behind the gym." "You know that?" Owen asked. "I volunteer on field day." Of course she knew. Mothers know the back doors adults without children forget exist. I grabbed my keys from under the register, then stopped. My phone. Unknown caller again. It vibrated against the counter where I had dropped it, screen lighting, going dark, lighting again. For once, not answering felt like the more dangerous choice. I picked up. "Hello," breathing. Then a whisper, not the man this time. A child, maybe, or someone trying to sound like one. "Mom," Leela stopped so abruptly Owen nearly ran into her. "Caleb," she said. The whisper on my phone said, "Tell her not to come." Then a clatter, a scrape, wind over a microphone. The call ended. Leela's mouth opened, but no sound came out. I checked the number. Unknown. I wanted to hand the phone to someone else. I wanted to set it in the sink and turn the faucet on until the screen went black. Instead, I put it in my coat pocket because fear had become less useful than keys. Outside, the rain had thickened from mist into a cold, needling drizzle. The man who'd been taking pictures stepped back as we came out, startled by our speed. "What's going on?" he asked. "Call 911, Helen barked at him. I already did, then do it again. My car was in the small lot behind the cafe, hemmed in by delivery crates and a rusted dumpster that smelled of wet cardboard. It was a blue Subaru with a cracked passenger mirror and an engine that complained on cold mornings. I hit unlock. The lights flashed. Leela yanked the rear door open. "No," Owen said. "Front. You know the school." She hesitated, then climbed into the passenger seat. Owen got in back. Helen opened the other rear door with effort and glared at Danny, who had followed us into the alley. "You're staying," she told him. "I'm not letting a 78-year-old go chase a van while I babysit muffins. You are bleeding on your sock." He looked down. His shin had a thin red line where he'd hit the counter door. "It's a scratch." "It's a liability," Helen said. "Get in," I said. That was a mistake and a decision at the same time. Danny squeezed in beside Helen. Owen had to angle his knees around a box of cafe receipts I had been meaning to take to recycling for 3 weeks. Ordinary junk, ordinary mess. A car full of frightened people and old paper. I turned the key. The engine clicked once. Nothing. "No," I whispered. I tried again. Click, click, click. Danny slapped the back of my seat. "You're kidding." "I'm not doing it on purpose." "Battery," Owen said. "It started fine yesterday." "That's not an answer." Leela grabbed the door handle. "I'll run." "Green Street is uphill," Owen said. "You'll lose time." "My son is in a van." Helen leaned forward between the seats. "Try again, dear." I did. The engine coughed, turned over, then died. The dashboard flickered. A tiny orange battery light glowed like an accusation. The first police cruiser turned onto Main Street at the far end of the alley, lights flashing, but no siren. For half a second, relief rose. Then my phone buzzed with a text from unknown. Not police. Alley now. 6 became 4. At the same time, from somewhere beyond the back of the cafe, muffled by brick and rain and morning traffic, a radio began playing. Not ours. A car radio, maybe, or a portable speaker. Static first, then that woman's voice. Missing person alert. Authorities are asking for help locating Caleb Renner, age 9. Leela was out of the car before I could grab her. She ran toward the sound. And because my car would not start, because the police cruiser was still half a block away, because the voice had said 4 minutes, and because phones had become doors that opened only from the wrong side, the rest of us followed her into the alley. Leela ran like someone who had forgotten what sidewalks were for. She cut straight across the wet alley behind Juniper Bean, past the recycling bins, and the brick wall where restaurant grease made a dark shine under the rain. Her purple scrubs snapped around her legs. One shoe hit a puddle hard enough to throw dirty water up her calf, but she didn't slow down. "Leela," Owen shouted. She either didn't hear him or decided hearing was optional now. The sound of the broadcast was coming from the far end of the alley, where a narrow service lane opened onto a small parking lot behind a row of shops. From there, you could turn left toward Flat Street and the Co-op, or right up a steep little cut through that eventually spat you out near Green Street Elementary. I knew it because I used to walk that way when I was pretending a brisk morning climb counted as exercise. Behind us, Main Street traffic hissed and blinked through the rain. The police cruiser's lights smeared red-blue against the cafe windows, but the cruiser itself was still stuck on the other side of a delivery truck that had stopped badly at the curb. Mara Voss, 32, female, cafe manager and narrator, was already regretting every decision made in the last 90 seconds. Owen Bell, 34, male, reporter, ran with his messenger bag slapping against his hip, breath steady, but face tight. Danny Holt, 26, male, barista, limped more than he wanted to admit from the cut on his shin. Helen Prout, 78, female, retired school secretary, came after us with her cane clicking on pavement in a fast, furious rhythm, refusing help with the kind of dignity that made offering it feel like an insult. Leela Renner, 37, female, nurse and Caleb's mother, had become pure forward motion. The woman's voice on the radio drifted between buildings. Last seen wearing a red winter hat, navy puffer coat, and gray backpack near Canal Street, Leela made a broken noise and turned toward it. A white van sat at the end of the lane. For 1 second, the whole world narrowed to that. White, boxy, rear doors, no side windows. Parked crooked behind the old stationery shop, nose pointed toward the alley exit. Leela screamed Caleb's name and sprinted. "Wait," Owen yelled. "Wait, don't." She grabbed the rear handle. The door flew open. Inside was not Caleb. Inside were stacked plastic crates of milk, a hand truck, and a terrified man in a knit cap holding a clipboard like a shield. "What the hell?" he shouted. The radio voice was louder now, but it wasn't coming from his van. It came from a blue hatchback parked 2 spaces over. Its driver's side window cracked open, radio turned up inside. The car was empty. The dash screen glowed with WBRK's frequency. Leela stood frozen with one hand on the milk van's open door. The driver, a man around 50, male, broad-shouldered, and red-faced, looked from her to the rest of us. Later, he told police his name was Pete Mal, and that he delivered dairy to half the businesses downtown before most people found their socks. At that moment, he was just a man who thought he was being carjacked by a group led by a woman in scrubs. "Lady," he said, "what are you doing?" "Where is he?" Leela said. "Where is who?" "My son." Pete's anger shifted into alarm. "I don't know your son." Danny reached the hatchback and peered through the cracked window. No keys. Owen pulled his sleeve over his hand and tried the handle. Locked. The broadcast inside the car clicked off mid-sentence. Music resumed, soft enough now that it sounded embarrassed. I looked toward the alley entrance. Someone left that playing for us. Helen arrived last, breathing hard, one hand pressed to the brick wall. Rain beaded along the brim of her hat. Her face had gone gray around the lips, but when I moved toward her, she lifted the cane half an inch in warning. "Do not fuss," she said. "You shouldn't be running." "I am not running. I am advancing with urgency." It would have been funny in another life. The first failed attempt was right there. The white van wasn't the white van. The broadcast wasn't a trail, it was bait, but it gave us something. The blue hatchback had a sticker on its rear window, WBRK Volunteer Crew. Owen saw it the same time I did. "That's station property," he said. Pete stepped out of his van fully now. "You people need cops." "Yes," I said. "No," Leela said at the same time. Pete looked between us. "That's not helpful." Leela grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were cold and strong. "Green Street. We have to get to Green Street." Owen crouched near the hatchback's rear plate, phone out. "I'm taking the plate." "We don't have time," she snapped. "We need to know whose car this is." "My child is not in the license plate." "No," Owen said, voice sharpening for the first time. "But whoever parked it here may know where he is." That landed. Not enough to calm her, but enough to keep her from running alone for 3 seconds. Then my phone rang. Unknown. Everyone heard it because the alley was suddenly quiet, except for Pete's van ticking and rain tapping on metal. I answered before my fear could talk me out of it. "Where is Caleb?" Breathing again. Wind, a clank like something metal being dragged, then the man's voice. "You went to the wrong van. You told us rear alley, white service van." I said rear alley, white service van. You assumed yours. Leela lunged toward my phone. Owen caught her by the shoulders. She fought him hard. "Where is my son?" she screamed. The man said, "Green Street kitchen entrance. 3 minutes ago." The call ended. Leela tore free and started uphill. This time we followed without arguing. The route from the back of Juniper Bean to Green Street Elementary was short on a map and hateful in the body. We cut behind the stationery shop, crossed Flat Street between a stopped Subaru and a delivery truck, then climbed the narrow service path that ran behind a row of old clapboard houses. Wet leaves plastered themselves to the pavement. Trash bins leaned under dripping gutters. The rain had turned colder, needling the back of my neck and soaking through my cafe hoodie. Danny fell behind within a block. "I'm fine," he said, which nobody had asked. His limp had become worse. Blood showed through his sock above the sneaker, diluted pink by rainwater. Owen slowed to match him, then sped up again when Leela vanished around the bend. Helen stayed with me for half the climb, breath scraping. "Go," she said. "I'm not leaving you. You are not my granddaughter. No, but you're 78. And still apparently harder to kidnap than most. Helen," she stopped, put both hands on her cane, and looked me dead in the eye. "If that boy is at the school, his mother needs witnesses more than I need manners. Go." So I went. That was another small failure. Not enough to stop the story. Enough to leave a bruise on it. At the top of the cut-through, Green Street opened ahead of us. Old houses close to the road, bare maples, wet stone walls. The school's brick building set back behind a fenced playground. The elementary school looked painfully normal. Yellow buses lined the curb. Parents stood under umbrellas near the front, confused by the sudden lockdown message that had gone out. A crossing guard in a neon vest was waving cars away with one hand and speaking into a radio with the other. The rear service alley ran along the school's left side, between the cafeteria wing and a low retaining wall. It was wide enough for delivery trucks and hidden from the main entrance by a chain-link gate. The gate was open. Leela saw it and ran harder. Owen caught her before she reached the gate. "Look first," he said. She shoved him. "Get off me." "Look first," he pointed. A white van was parked by the kitchen loading door. This one was not a milk van. It was older, with rust around the wheel wells and a magnetic sign on the side that read TRI County Floor Care. The rear doors were shut. The engine was running. For one stretched second, none of us moved. Then the van lurched backward. Leela screamed. The rear doors banged from inside. At least that was what it sounded like. A heavy, frantic pounding. Owen grabbed his phone and started recording. Danny, somehow beside us again, and pale with pain, picked up a chunk of broken brick from the edge of the retaining wall. "What are you doing?" I hissed. "Improvising." The van backed another foot. Its reverse beep echoed off the cafeteria wall. Leela ran for the rear doors. I ran after her. Owen shouted for us to stop. Danny raised the brick. Then the kitchen door flew open and a woman in a hairnet stuck her head out. "Move," she shouted. "He can't see you." The van stopped with a squeal. The driver leaned out. A man in his 60s wearing a gray work jacket, face slack with shock. "What is wrong with you people?" he yelled. The banging came again, not from inside the van, from the school dumpster beside the loading dock, where a raccoon had trapped itself under a loose metal lid and was slamming around in panic. It got out a second later, exploding from the gap in a wet gray blur, and Danny actually threw the brick at the ground instead of the animal. The raccoon shot between Leela's feet, across the alley, and under the fence. Leela bent over with both hands on her knees. For a moment, I thought she was vomiting. Then I realized she was trying not to sob. That was the misdirection. It felt monstrous when it happened. It was a raccoon in a dumpster, a cleaning van in reverse, and 5 people primed to see a coffin on wheels. But the danger did not go away with the explanation. The second attempt had partially failed too. We had reached the school. We had found a white service van. It was the wrong one again. But the kitchen worker, a woman around 45, female, named Rhonda Pike, according to the badge clipped to her apron, had information that tightened everything. "Police are at the front," Rhonda said. Her voice shook even though she tried to make it brisk. "Office is locked down. They're pulling cameras." "Where's Caleb?" Leela asked. Rhonda's eyes softened in the way adults look at mothers when they cannot safely answer. "I don't know, honey." Leela pushed past her toward the kitchen door. Rhonda blocked her with both hands. "No, lockdown means nobody in or out except police. I'm his mother, I know. Then move." "I can't." Leela's face twisted. Owen stepped beside her, not touching this time. "Rhonda," he said, "did you see a man sign him out?" She shook her head. "Office is front side. I'm kitchen. But I saw a man by the service gate maybe 10 minutes ago." "What man?" I asked. "Brown jacket, baseball cap. He had a school visitor sticker, carrying a gray backpack." Leela made a sound through her teeth. "Was Caleb with him?" Owen asked. "I didn't see a kid. I just saw the backpack." "Which way did he go?" Rhonda pointed not toward the street, but behind the school, where a narrow maintenance path ran past the dumpsters, behind the playground fence, and down toward Canal Street. "Toward the old railroad cut," she said. Danny swore. "I knew that cut. Everyone in town knew it. A sunken strip of gravel and weeds below the school, part of an old rail line that ran behind houses and came out near the Elliott Street Bridge if you followed it long enough. Teenagers used it to smoke. Dog walkers used it when they wanted their dogs to come home muddy. In daylight, it was ugly and useful. In rain, with a child missing, it looked like a throat. Owen was already moving. Leela followed. I looked back. Helen was coming through the gate, slower now, one hand pressed against her ribs. A uniformed officer appeared at the far end of the school building, shouting something I couldn't make out over the rain and the idling floor caravan. "Mara," Owen called. That was the third choice in less than 20 minutes. Stay and explain. Follow the mother. Wait for procedure to catch up. My private fear had always been that if I asked for help, the help would arrive with a clipboard and the wrong question. And here it was, wearing a uniform at the far end of a building, too far away to stop a man already 10 minutes gone. I followed. The maintenance path dropped behind the school in a slick curve. On our right was the playground fence, bright plastic slides beaded with rain, empty swings, twisting faintly in the wind. On our left, the ground fell toward the railroad cut, where bare shrubs leaned over gravel and drainage water trickled through trash and brown leaves. Leela kept calling Caleb's name until her voice cracked. "Caleb, Caleb, answer me." Owen scanned the ground. "Look for the hat. Red hat, gray backpack." "Don't say backpack," Leela snapped. He swallowed. "Sorry." Danny caught up to us near the bottom, breathing hard. "Cops coming, I think." "You think," I said. I didn't stop to exchange business cards. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text with a photo. I almost dropped it. The photo showed Caleb's red winter hat lying on wet gravel beside a chain-link fence. Behind it was a green metal sign, "No trespassing, rail property." Leela saw the image and grabbed the phone. "Where's that?" she demanded. Owen leaned in. "Rail cut, south side. That sign is near the footbridge." The message beneath the photo read, "You brought too many. Choose two." Nobody spoke for 3 seconds. Then Danny said, "Nope, absolutely not." Owen took the phone carefully from Leela before she crushed it. "This is manipulation. My son's hat is manipulation," Leela said. "The message is, then manipulate faster." Helen's voice came from behind us, thin but steady. "Do not separate." We all turned. She stood at the top of the slope near the school fence, one hand on the chain link, face slick with rain and sweat. She had followed us after all. The officer appeared behind her, younger than I expected, maybe late 20s, male, with one hand on his radio and the other hovering near his belt. Officer Nate Garrity, 28, male, Brattleboro Police, looked overwhelmed in the way of someone trained for procedure and dropped into a story that refused to follow it. "Everyone stop," he shouted. "You need to return to the school now." Leela held up my phone. He sent a photo of my son's hat. Garrity came down 2 steps. "Let me see." Before I could decide whether handing it over was right, the phone rang. Unknown. Leela answered it herself. "Where is he?" The man's voice was loud enough for all of us to hear in the rain. "You were told to choose two." Officer Garrity said, "Ma'am, put it on speaker." Leela did. The man laughed once, not because anything was funny. "Police count as 3. Garrity stiffened. Owen looked up sharply toward the houses lining the top of the cut. "He can see us," he said. The call ended. Garrity raised his radio. "Dispatch, suspect may have visual on," his radio screamed with feedback. So did my phone. So did Danny S. From the school behind us, through the open kitchen door, a radio began blaring WBRK again. Then another, and another. Car radios along Green Street came on in pieces, not all at once, but close enough to feel coordinated. The same woman's voice, layered out of sync, bounced off wet brick and pavement. "Missing person alert, missing person alert, missing person alert." Leela covered her ears. The voice named Caleb. Beneath the overlapping broadcasts, another name cut through from a nearby parked car, clearer than the rest. "Authorities are asking for help locating Mara Voss, age 32, last seen near the old railroad cut behind Green Street Elementary." My body stopped understanding itself. Owen looked at me. Danny whispered, "Mara." Helen's cane slipped on the wet path, and Garrity caught her by the arm. The broadcast continued. "Last seen wearing a black cafe hoodie, jeans, and blue running shoes." I looked down. Black cafe hoodie, jeans, blue running shoes. The trap had tightened enough to include me by name. Garrity stepped toward me. "Ms. Voss, come back up the hill now." Leela shook her head violently. "No, Caleb's down there." "Mara," Owen said quietly. "You don't have to, but I did I? Not because I was brave, not because I believed the broadcast, because the phone in Leela's hand buzzed again with a second photo. The red hat, closer now, and beyond it, just visible through brush and rain, the rear corner of a white van parked under the footbridge. No magnetic sign, no dairy crates, a plain white van with one brake light glowing. The message underneath said 2 minutes, then the bridge. At the top of the slope, the school gate slammed shut. Not from wind. A man in a brown jacket and baseball cap stood on the other side of it. He had zip ties looped around the chain and a visitor sticker still clinging to his chest. For one breath, he looked directly at us. Then he pulled the ties tight, turned, and ran toward the front of the school. Officer Garrity bolted uphill after him, dragging his radio to his mouth. Helen shouted for him. Danny cursed and started after the officer, then stopped because his leg buckled under him. The gate was sealed. The school route was cut off. Behind us was the railroad cut and the footbridge. Head somewhere below, a white van's brake light glowed through rain. Leela was already climbing down. Owen followed her. I looked back once at Helen gripping the fence, at Danny limping in place, at Garrity disappearing around the corner after the man who had locked us out of the safe way back. Then my phone rang again in my pocket. Unknown. I did not answer. I climbed down into the cut after Leela and Owen, and the wet gravel slid under my shoes until there was no easy way back up. The railroad cut took the weather and made it meaner. Up on Green Street, the rain had been annoying, a cold drizzle that slicked windshields and flattened hair. Down there, below the schoolyard and behind the old retaining walls, it collected in the gravel and ran in thin brown streams around our shoes. The air smelled of wet leaves, creosote, and rusted metal. Every sound had a hard edge. Leela's breathing. Owen's bag buckle tapping his hip. My own shoes sliding on loose stone. The footbridge was maybe 200 yards ahead, a narrow concrete span where a side street crossed over the old rail bed before the cut opened toward Canal Street. Under it, half hidden by sumac and soaked trash, the white van sat with one brake light glowing red through the rain. Leela saw it and tried to run. Owen grabbed her elbow. Wait, she spun on him. Stop grabbing me. I'm trying to keep you alive. My son is in there. You don't know that. She pointed at the van, at the smear of red light, at the photo still open on my phone. His hat is there. My phone buzzed again. Unknown. I stared at it. All morning, every unanswered ring had felt like a test I had failed before I even touched the screen. Now the phone shook in my hand with the same dumb insistence, and some childish part of me still wanted to let it die. To pretend silence was safety. Owen looked at me. Mara, I answered. No greeting this time. No breathing. The man said, You brought 3. Leela leaned close enough that her wet hair brushed my cheek. Where is Caleb? The man ignored her. Send the reporter back. Owen shook his head once. Not happening, I said. A soft click came through the speaker. Then another sound, a child crying through cloth. Leela's face emptied. Mom, Caleb said, muffled and tiny. Mom, I'm sorry. Leela made a sound I never want to hear again. Caleb, baby, I'm here, she said. Where are you? The man came back on. 2 people. Under the bridge, phones on the ground. No police. No old woman. No limping kid. Owen looked up toward the slope behind us. Danny was still near the sealed gate, a small shape through the rain, one hand on the fence. Helen stood beside him, gripping the chain link. Officer Garrity was gone around the school after the man in the brown jacket. The caller could see them. He could see us. I turned slowly, scanning the top of the cut. House backs, porches, wet fences, a line of parked cars above the retaining wall. windows, a shed, a brown garage with peeling paint. Nothing moved. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. The man laughed under his breath. "Because people listen to the radio." The call ended. From under the bridge, the van's brake light brightened, then dimmed. Leela started forward again. This time Owen did not stop her. He only said, "Phones on the ground doesn't mean off." He took his phone, opened the camera, and tucked its screen down into the front pocket of his messenger bag, with the lens peeking through a gap in the flap. "Recording?" I asked. He nodded. I copied him, but my hands were clumsy from cold. I started a voice memo instead of video and slid my phone into the side pocket of my hoodie, microphone up. Leela saw us and shook her head. He said, "Phones on the ground. He kidnapped your son after using school procedure and radio traffic as cover," Owen said. "I'm done following his instructions exactly." We moved 50 yards, 30. The gravel shifted underfoot. Rainwater ran down the back of my neck. My lungs burned from the sprint and the climb, and the kind of fear that turns breath into a job. Under the bridge, the light changed. The van's rear doors were shut, with a chain looped through both handles, and a cheap padlock snapped in place. The side door was dented, streaked with mud. No company name, no plates on the back. Leela saw the chain and nearly fell into it. "Caleb," she screamed. A thump came from inside, then another. Owen moved to the driver's side, keeping low. "Careful," I said. The driver's window was cracked an inch. Empty cab, keys gone. On the passenger seat sat a small black device with a blinking red light, wired to something tucked under the dashboard. Owen froze. "Mara." "What?" "Don't touch the van." Leela was pulling at the chain. "Get it open." "Leela, stop. He's inside." "Stop." His voice cracked hard enough that she did. Owen pointed through the window. "That's not a bomb, I don't think, but it's wired to the radio. Maybe a transmitter, maybe a phone. Can it hurt him?" she asked. "I don't know." Then open the door. The van's rear panel thumped again. "Mom," Caleb cried. "Mom, it's dark." Leela pressed both hands to the metal. "I'm here. I'm right here." The sound came from the rear, but wrong somehow. Too clean, too centered. Owen leaned close to the doors, face tightening. "What?" I whispered. He put one finger to his lips. The crying continued. "Mom, please." Leela sobbed and pulled at the padlock until her fingers slipped. Owen moved around the back of the van, crouched, and peered under it. Then his expression changed. "Mara," he said quietly. "Speaker." "What?" "There's a speaker magneted under the rear bumper." Leela turned on him with wild eyes. "No, I'm sorry." "No." He reached under and pulled it free. A black weatherproof speaker, palm-sized, wired to a cheap phone taped inside a plastic bag. Caleb's voice came from it. "Mom, please." Then the recording looped. "Mom, please." The relief was a knife. If Caleb wasn't in the van, he wasn't trapped in the van. If Caleb wasn't in the van, he could be anywhere. Leela slapped the speaker out of Owen's hand. It hit the gravel and kept playing. "Mom, please." She crushed it under her heel. For 1 second, there was only rain. Then applause came from above us. Slow, 3 claps. We looked up. The man in the brown jacket stood on the footbridge above, baseball cap pulled low, visitor sticker still stuck crooked on his chest. Beside him, half hidden behind the concrete rail, was Caleb. red hair plastered to his forehead. No hat, gray backpack straps tight across his chest. A strip of silver duct tape hung loose from one sleeve where it had been pulled away, but his hands were free now, clamped around the bridge railing. The man had one hand on the back of Caleb's coat. The other held a phone. Leela screamed his name. Caleb tried to move toward her. The man yanked him back. "No," he said. His voice was different outside the phone, less smooth. Younger than I expected, maybe 40, male, with a tired, pinched face and rain dripping from the brim of his cap. Not a monster in shape. A man you could pass in a hardware store. That was worse. Owen lifted both hands. "Okay, we see you. Let him come down." The man looked at Owen. "You people always want the ending before the broadcast finishes." "What's your name?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "That matters to you?" "Yes." "No, it does. Names are for the people who get searched for." Leela took a step toward the slope that led up to the bridge. He tightened his grip on Caleb's coat. "Stop." She stopped so hard she slipped. I grabbed her around the waist and kept her upright. She shook against me, rain and sweat and terror. "Please," she said. "Please, he's a child." The man looked almost disappointed. "They all are to someone." Owen said, "You used WBRK's volunteer car. You used the school pickup system. You sent false broadcasts. That takes planning. You wanted attention. I wanted correction." "What correction?" The man's jaw moved. "My sister called 3 times before they sent anyone. 3 times. She was on Elliott Street, 2 blocks from help, and they told her to wait. They broadcast the alert after she was already dead." Leela's voice broke. "I'm sorry, I am. But Caleb didn't do that." The man's face twitched. For the first time, I saw the shape of it. Not supernatural, not random. A person with grief and enough technical skill to weaponize local trust. Someone who knew emergency habits, school routines, scanner groups, radio volunteers, and how slowly systems moved when the first story sounded merely odd. Owen kept his voice low. "Who was your sister?" The man looked at him sharply. "Don't tell me. Don't make copy out of her. I'm asking because she mattered." The rain ticked on the bridge rail. The man's grip loosened half an inch. "Aaron Vale," he said. Owen's face changed. Recognition. Pain. Elliott Street. Last winter. "You wrote 46 words. I didn't choose the space they gave me. You wrote 46 words." Owen swallowed. "You're Mark Vale." Mark smiled with no humor. "Uncle Mark." That part was true enough. Caleb made a small choking sound. "I want my mom." Mark looked down at him, and for one terrible second, I thought he might soften. Then my phone rang in my pocket. The sound cut through everything. Mark's eyes snapped to me. "I told you phone's on the ground." My body went cold in a practical way, like all the blood had been reassigned to muscles. "It's mine," I said. "I know whose it is." He looked at the phone in his own hand and tapped something. All at once, the van radio came on. Then the phone taped to the broken speaker crackled. Then, from above us on Green Street, several car radios blared faintly through the rain. The woman's broadcast voice began again. "Missing person alert. Authorities are asking for help locating Mara Voss." Mark's eyes stayed on me. "Let it ring," he said. The broadcast went on, describing my hoodie, my shoes, my last location. I looked up at Caleb, at Leela, shaking so hard I could feel her teeth clicking, at Owen, whose hidden phone was probably still recording from inside his bag. My phone rang again. Unknown, I answered. Mark's face changed. A tiny thing. Surprise first. Then anger. I said, loud enough for both the phone and the bridge. This is Mara Voss, behind Green Street Elementary in the old rail cut. Mark Vale has Caleb Renner on the footbridge. Plain white van under the bridge. He is controlling broadcasts through phones and radio devices. Mark shoved Caleb behind him and raised his phone. No, he said. I kept talking, every word scraped out of me. He is wearing a brown jacket, baseball cap, school visitor sticker. Has the line erupted in feedback so loud I cried out and dropped the phone. Mark pushed Caleb toward the far side of the bridge. Move, he said. That was when Danny appeared behind him. Not magically, not heroically. Just Danny, limping badly, soaked through, having taken the upper road along the fence instead of the cut. He came from the school side of the bridge with Helen's cane in both hands like a bat. He hit Mark across the back of the knee. Mark buckled. Caleb tore free. Leela screamed, "Run!" Caleb ran toward the near end of the bridge, but Mark caught his backpack strap and yanked him backward. Danny swung again. Mark twisted. The cane cracked against the concrete rail and snapped near the handle. Mark punched Danny in the face. Danny went down hard. His head struck the bridge surface with a dull sound that reached us below. Helen appeared at the far end of the bridge, one hand gripping the rail, face pale and furious. You leave that boy alone. Mark dragged Caleb against him. Owen was already climbing. There was no path, not really, just wet gravel and exposed roots up the side of the cut. He went on hands and knees, slipping, grabbing at weeds. I followed because Leela had started to, and someone had to keep her from falling backward. The slope tore at my palms. Gravel skinned my knee through my jeans. Halfway up, Leela slipped and nearly took me with her. Owen reached down and caught her wrist. Push, he gasped. We pushed above. Caleb screamed. Short, sharp. Not a recording. We reached the bridge level as Mark forced him toward a dark sedan parked on the far side. Not the van. The van was bait. The sedan had its trunk open. That was the real move. Owen lunged for Mark. Mark swung the phone at his face, not hard enough to break bone, but hard enough to split Owen's eyebrow. Blood ran immediately, bright and thin in the rain. I grabbed Caleb's backpack with both hands. Mark pulled. The strap dug into Caleb's throat, choking him. Let go, Leela screamed at me. I let go. Mark stumbled back with Caleb, and Leela did the only thing she could. She threw herself at Mark's arm and bit him. He howled. Caleb dropped. I grabbed the boy under the shoulders and hauled him backward. He was lighter than I expected, all elbows and wet coat and panic. Mark kicked Leela in the ribs. She folded, but did not release his arm until Owen hit Mark from the side and drove him into the sedan's open trunk. Mark's head cracked against the trunk lid. The phone flew from his hand and skittered across the pavement toward the gutter. Helen brought her broken cane down on it. Once, twice. The screen shattered. Mark shoved Owen away and reached inside the trunk. Knife, Owen shouted. It wasn't a knife. It was a compact black radio transmitter or something like one, with wires and a battery pack taped around it. He grabbed it like it mattered more than getting away. Then Officer Garrity came around the corner from the school side, breathing hard, mud on his pants, service weapon drawn, but pointed low. "Drop it," he shouted. Mark froze. Caleb sobbed against my chest. Leela crawled toward us, one hand pressed to her ribs. "Drop it now." Mark looked at the transmitter in his hands, then at Owen, then at Caleb. From somewhere below, the van radio crackled one last time. The woman's voice came through warped and slow. "Missing person alert," Mark smiled. Not victory, not madness exactly. Recognition that he had already made us listen. He lifted the transmitter. Garrity fired the taser. The first probe hit Mark's jacket. The second caught his wrist. His body locked. He fell sideways against the sedan and hit the pavement, convulsing in the rain, the transmitter clattering under the car. Caleb started screaming again, and Leela dragged herself to him, ribs or no ribs, wrapping both arms around him so tightly he squeaked. Garrity kicked the transmitter away and cuffed Mark, while Owen sat on the curb with blood running into one eye. Danny lay on the bridge, groaning now, which was better than being still. Helen stood over him, holding the broken cane like she might use it again if anyone gave her a reason. I sat on the wet pavement with gravel in my palms and my phone buzzing somewhere below in the cut. No one answered it. After a minute, maybe less, sirens came properly. Not one, several. They filled the street above and below, bouncing between houses and bridge concrete, until the whole neighborhood seemed to be made of alarm. Caleb was alive. That should have been the end of the fear. It was, because as paramedics ran toward us and Garrity shouted for someone to secure the van, the radio in the plain white van below the bridge clicked back on by itself. The signal was weak now, broken, mostly static, but beneath it, the woman's recorded voice whispered one more name. Not Caleb's, not mine. "Owen Bell," it said. Then the van went quiet. Owen, holding gauze to his split eyebrow, looked at me with one good eye. Neither of us said anything. By the time the ambulance doors shut, Caleb had stopped screaming and started hiccuping. That was the sound I remember most clearly from the bridge afterward. Not the sirens, not Officer Garrity calling in codes, not Mark Vale cursing through clenched teeth, while another officer checked the taser barbs and rolled him onto his side. It was Caleb's hiccups, small and involuntary, catching in his throat, while Leela sat on the wet pavement with him folded against her chest. Every few seconds, she said his name, not because she needed his attention. I think she was counting him. "Caleb, Caleb, Caleb." He answered the first few times, then just nodded against her scrub top. Eyes squeezed shut, fingers locked in her jacket so tightly a paramedic had to unhook them one by one to check his pulse. Leela Renner, 37, female, nurse and mother, had 2 bruised ribs and a split inside her lower lip from where she had hit the pavement after Mark kicked her. She kept trying to refuse treatment, which would have been funny if she had not been gray and shaking. "I'm a nurse," she told the paramedic. The paramedic, a woman with rain dripping from her helmet, said, "Then you know that means absolutely nothing right now." Leela looked like she might argue. Then Caleb made a small choking sound and she stopped. Danny Holt, 26, male, barista, was sitting on the curb with a towel pressed to his nose, blood soaking through in a bright, ridiculous patch. His shin had reopened badly during the run, and the side of his face had already started swelling where Mark punched him. He kept asking if his teeth were still straight. Helen Prout, 78, female, retired school secretary, stood beside him, leaning on the jagged half of her broken cane like it was a war trophy. "They were never straight," she said. Danny laughed, then winced and held his ribs. Owen Bell, 34, male, reporter, had a neat cut through his eyebrow that bled with theatrical persistence. He sat on the back bumper of an ambulance while a paramedic cleaned it, one eye squeezed shut. His messenger bag still looped over his shoulder like someone might steal the evidence if he blinked too long. And me, Mara Voss, 32, female, cafe manager, had gravel embedded in both palms, a scraped knee, and a throat that felt bruised from shouting. A paramedic tried to clean my hands, but I kept turning to look down into the rail cut where the white van sat under the bridge with its rear doors open now, empty except for a coil of chain, a cheap toolbox, 2 prepaid phones, a portable speaker, and wet boot prints on the metal floor. Empty. That word became important. It was empty. Caleb had never been inside. The crying had been recorded. The van had been a stage prop with brake lights. The police photographed everything anyway. They photographed the van, the sedan, the smashed phone, the transmitter, the speaker Owen had pulled from under the bumper, the red hat lying in the gravel, the duct tape on Caleb's sleeve, the visitor sticker on Mark Vale's jacket. They photographed my phone too, then put it in an evidence bag, which left me feeling strangely light and strangely naked. Officer Garrity came over after Mark was loaded into the back of a cruiser. Garrity looked younger than before, maybe because his hair was plastered flat by rain, and his hands had started trembling now that the immediate work was done. "Ms. Voss," he said, "I need to ask you not to discuss details publicly until detectives speak with you." Owen gave a short laugh from the ambulance bumper. Garrity turned. "Mr. Bell, that especially includes you." Owen lifted one bloodied hand. "I'm not publishing from the curb. Good. But you need to secure WBRK. Now, we have officers en route." "Not enough," Owen said. He used at least one station vehicle. Maybe their equipment, maybe their automation system. The stream went down before the second alert. Garrity looked at him for a beat, then nodded once and walked away, already raising his radio. Helen watched him go. "At least one of them listens," she said. No one had the energy to answer. At the hospital, everything became fluorescent and slow. Brattleboro Memorial had that heated, disinfected smell all hospitals have. Coffee burned in a waiting room pot, wet coats steaming on chair backs, hand sanitizer sharp enough to taste. They checked Caleb first, then Leela, then Danny, then Owen, then me, because I kept saying I was fine, and apparently that moved me to the back of every reasonable adult's list. Caleb had bruises on both upper arms where Mark had grabbed him, and a red mark on one wrist from a zip tie that had been cut off before we saw him. He was dehydrated from crying and shocky enough that they kept him wrapped in warm blankets, but he had no broken bones. When a police child interview specialist arrived, Leela let them speak to him only after they promised she could sit where he could see her. He told them the man from the office had smiled. That was one of the details that stayed with me. He had a sticker, Caleb said, voice flat from exhaustion. He said Mom got stuck at work and he was supposed to bring me to her. The school had buzzed Mark in because he used Leela's full name, Caleb's classroom number, and the name of Molly at the front office. He had printed a visitor badge from the kiosk, which only required a driver's license scan and a reason for visiting. The pickup authorization check failed the way systems fail when people are rushed and kind, and a child says, "I think Mom said it was okay." Molly, the front office secretary, called Leela from the hospital lobby and sobbed so hard Leela had to hand the phone to a detective. Leela did not comfort her. She did not yell either. She just looked through the glass into Caleb's exam room and said, "I can't do this right now." That was the right amount of mercy. No more. The legal shape came into focus in pieces over the next several hours. Mark Vale was charged with kidnapping, custodial interference, assault, criminal threatening, unlawful restraint, identity fraud, interference with emergency communications, and a list of technical charges that kept growing as investigators found more equipment. He had not hacked every radio in town, despite what people online decided by noon. The truth was uglier because it was easier. Mark had volunteered at WBRK years earlier during pledge drives. He still knew people there. He knew their remote broadcast kits were kept in a locked cabinet, whose key hung in a drawer at the station office, because small places run on trust until trust becomes a weapon. He had taken a portable transmitter, a station hatchback, and old recorded alert beds from the production computer. The woman's voice belonged to a freelance announcer who had recorded generic missing person language for a public service training package. She had no idea her voice was being used. The car radios had not turned on by themselves. Mark had staged some devices in vehicles with windows cracked, used Bluetooth speakers and cheap FM transmitters, and sent links and audio files into neighborhood group chats from fake accounts, counting on panic to make people amplify what he started. A few witnesses had turned their radios up after seeing the posts. Fear did some of the broadcasting for him. That part bothered me most. He didn't need magic. He needed people to listen, repeat, refresh, share. By late afternoon, WBRK issued a statement apologizing, then took it down, then issued a longer one with help from lawyers. Green Street Elementary closed for the rest of the day and announced changes to pickup procedures by evening. The police held a press briefing that Owen did not attend because the ER doctor was putting 3 stitches above his eye. "They're going to say isolated incident," he said while the doctor worked. "They always do," I said. The doctor told him not to talk. Owen talked anyway. Wasn't isolated to Caleb. No, wasn't isolated to Mark either. The doctor paused with the needle. "Please don't move your eyebrows while making ominous statements." For some reason, that made me laugh. once, too loud. It came out cracked and almost painful, and then I had to press my bandaged palms against my knees until it passed. Owen looked at me with his uninjured eye. "You okay?" "No," he nodded. "Good, same." That was the first honest conversation I remember having after. At 5:40 that evening, I went back to Juniper Bean because the police released the building and someone had to lock it properly. Danny came with me against medical advice, which was only to rest, ice his face, elevate his leg, and stop acting like an idiot. He managed one of those. Helen insisted on coming too. Her niece drove her and spent the entire ride scolding her in a voice so familiar, and loving it made Helen stare straight ahead like she was enduring a weather event. Main Street looked almost normal. That felt insulting. The antique shop lights were on. A man carried groceries in a paper bag against his chest. Someone had taped a handwritten sign to our door that said, "We love you, Juniper Bean." With a heart over the eye, someone else had left flowers on the windowsill, which was kind, though the rain had flattened them into a damp smear of petals and plastic wrap. Inside, the cafe smelled stale. Old coffee, lemon cleaner, wet wool left too long. The pastry case hummed as if nothing had happened. The espresso machine sat with a dried crescent of milk on the steam wand. My closed sign still faced outward. The radio above the machine was gone. Police had taken it. The emergency weather radio was gone too. The landline remained, its red message light dark. Danny looked at it and said, "I vote we throw that into the Connecticut River." Helen said, "That would be littering." "Fine, we recycle it hatefully." I went behind the counter and found the receipt paper still unspooled from the morning rush. 2 half-poured coffees sat cold near the sink. Leela's cup was where I had set it down, a brown ring dried around the lid. I picked it up and threw it away. A small act. It nearly undid me. Danny saw and pretended not to, which was kinder than asking. Owen arrived 10 minutes later with a bandage over his eyebrow and his notebook in his hand. He was not supposed to work either. Naturally, he had already spoken to 3 station volunteers, 1 school board member, and Aaron Vale's former roommate. Helen narrowed her eyes. "You look like a raccoon who lost a fight with a filing cabinet. Lovely to see you too." "What have you learned?" "Helen," I said. "What?" "We are all pretending we don't want to know." Owen leaned against the counter, careful not to touch anything police might still care about. Mark's sister, Erin, was reported missing last February after leaving a bar near Elliott Street. She called 911, then her brother, then 911 again. Dispatch categorized it as suspicious circumstances, not active abduction, because she was an adult and the call quality was bad. Her body was found the next morning by the river. Danny looked down. Helen closed her eyes briefly. I had seen the article, or I had seen the headline and not opened it. That distinction mattered now. "Owen wrote the brief?" I asked. He nodded once. "I was covering 3 towns that day. There was a select board fight, a fatal crash on Route 9, and a house fire in Putney. I used the police release, 46 words. He tried to say it plainly. It did not come out plain." "Mark blamed you?" Danny asked. Mark blamed everyone who turned her into a notice. Still kidnapped a kid, Helen said. Yes, Owen said. He did. Nobody argued with that. There was no clean moral place to stand. Aaron Vale had been failed. Mark Vale had become something unforgivable. Owen had written too little because the machine he worked inside demanded too much from too few people. The school had trusted the wrong sticker. The radio station had trusted the wrong lock. The town had trusted alerts because alerts are supposed to mean someone knows what is happening. And I had trusted silence. The cafe phone rang. All four of us jolted. Danny actually stepped backward into the pastry case. The ring came again. No one moved. Then I did. Mara, Owen said. It's okay. It was. My hands were bandaged. My chest was tight. The sound went through me like a wire, but I picked up the handset. Juniper Bean, I said, my voice shook. I kept going anyway. This is Mara, a pause. Then a woman said, Hi, sorry. Are you open tomorrow? I shut my eyes. Danny made a strangled noise that might have been laughter or panic. No, I said gently. Not tomorrow. Oh, okay. Sorry to bother you. It's okay. I hung up. The ordinary world had terrible timing. We cleaned because none of us knew what else to do. Danny wiped counters with one hand while holding ice to his face with the other. Helen sat at a table and sorted abandoned muffins into trash and salvage, as if judging them gave her authority over the universe. Owen wrote down the names of everyone who had been in the cafe when the first 2 broadcasts aired. Not for publication yet, he said, but because memory dries crooked if you do pin it down early. I replaced the radio shelf with a plant the next week, a pothos in a chipped blue pot. It looked stupid at first, all those green leaves where the little red power light used to be. Customers noticed. Some approved too loudly. Some asked questions with their voices lowered, as if Caleb might be hiding behind the espresso machine. A few came in just to stare. I learned to say, We're not discussing it during service, and mean it. Caleb returned to school after 2 weeks, but only half days at first. Leela changed hospitals for a while because the route past Green Street made him sick in the back seat. Danny's nose healed slightly crooked, which he claimed gave him character. Helen got a new cane with a floral pattern she hated, though she carried the broken handle of the old one in her purse for reasons she refused to explain. Owen wrote the story eventually. Not the fast version, not the local terror version. He wrote about Aaron Vale, about alert systems, about school pickup loopholes, about community radio stations held together with volunteers and good intentions, about how missing person language can sound official long before anyone official has taken responsibility. He showed me the draft before it ran. I expected 46 words to haunt him forever. Instead, he wrote 4,000. Mark Vale pleaded not guilty at first, then changed it after the recordings from Owen's bag, my voice memo, the school cameras, and the equipment recovered from his garage made the shape of the thing impossible to deny. They found scripts on his laptop with names inserted into missing person templates. Helen S., Caleb's, mine, Owen's. There were more blanks after that. That was the part the prosecutor did not emphasize, but I could not stop thinking about. blank fields waiting for names. The final broadcast naming Owen was explained as a queued file triggered when Mark's transmitter lost connection. A failsafe, they said. A dead man scare. Not a second accomplice. Probably. That was the word one detective used when he was tired and forgot to sound certain. Probably. Months later, when the cafe reopened fully and the pothos grew long enough to trail over the shelf, WBRK came back on the air after a restructuring, new locks, new access rules, new apologies. We did not tune in at Juniper Bean. Not because radio was evil. Not because I believed the voice could return through static if invited. Because some sounds do not deserve a second home. One morning in July, Helen came in wearing a yellow raincoat despite a clear forecast and ordered her muffin like always. Danny made her coffee. Owen sat near the window with his laptop, touching the small scar above his eyebrow whenever he got stuck on a sentence. I stood behind the counter and listened to the grinder, the steam wand, coins hitting the tip jar, tires rolling over Main Street after a night of rain. Almost ordinary. Then the landline rang. I looked at it. 1 ring, 2. My hands did not shake as badly anymore. I picked it up. Juniper Bean, I said. At first, there was only a faint hiss, like distance on an old line. Then a voice asked if we had blueberry muffins. A man's voice. Not Mark's. Not anyone I knew. I looked across the cafe at Helen, who had paused with her coffee halfway to her mouth. Yes, I said. We do. Good, he said. Save one for Helen. The line clicked dead. I stood with the handset pressed to my ear long after the call ended, listening to the empty wire. Helen lowered her cup. Outside, a delivery truck passed, radio playing too softly to hear. Nobody moved toward the shelf where the radio used to be. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.